So it reads a little something like this: Embark on your next adventure. Enter the world of fantasy filled with action, cooperation, and the majesty of nature. Now, the majesty of nature is just the first time they mention a femaleism, yeah, a femaleism in this game. This game is full of female influence. It has got female characters, female artwork. Go to the website, it's all flowers and females everywhere. This game is definitely catering to the female side of Warframe, essentially, and why not? We need somewhere where, like, I called it a safe space. So I referred to it as a joke. It's not actually serious, but they are the sort of player they're looking for. They're looking for the female, comfortable, chill out, very easy gameplay, no real challenge type of gamer over here. So it doesn't really cater to the Souls like, it doesn't really cater to the Warframers, it doesn't even really cater to the Destiny players. It just caters for that smaller niche that isn't being catered for by their particular company, and that's fine, right? So Tenacon has released and everybody's enjoying that. People are going to that as dress up and stuff, and it is predominantly female run and female what am I looking for here, female um I guess player base that is doing that dressing up. From the pictures I've seen of previous Tenacons and compared to today, we're looking at a massive contrast. We're seeing a lot of dudes dressed up, really cool sort of Guyver outfits from Warframe, but then you've also got now a massive female base where they're dressing up in pretty and pink as such, with a load of flowers and cool outfits from the game, which is fine. It was one of my gripes. It was the gripe that when I came into the game, I have to look like this. And this is not a good look for me. This is not someone I want to play as, and it damn sure ain't the player I'm feeling right now. So, you know, some manliness in the game, at least to get some sort of, you know, I say this all the time. They say they're so inclusive and they have so much inclusion with all races, colors, creeds, female, males, but then you actually exclude by saying you're inclusive. You're not inclusive, because if you was inclusive, you cater to everybody. Instead, they cater to their niche and then they say that they're inclusive. You're only inclusive to your type of people, and that's a real massive gripe with this game, is it does only feel and look and smell like that is all it is catering to. So we need to sort of change that before release. Otherwise, your game's just going to get slated as the safe space for gamers who are not real gamers. That's what it comes across as. That's what the buzz on the internet really is. And people are really avoiding this one on purpose. So I'm here to sort of just try and bridge that gap a little bit, not for them and not for the gamers as such, just for myself, to see if I was correct or wrong about the game itself. Now, they are taking sign-ups. You can get the Founders Pack and jump in right now if you really want to. The game's actually quite small. It's not a very big install at all. The impression that I get at the moment is very early days, but it's due for release this year and in a couple of months, I believe. So it's really pushing that release date forwards, and yet there isn't a lot of content here. So bear that in mind when you buy the game. There's not a massive amount of game. It's not Warframe by any stretch of the imagination. And hasn't had the time or development, of course. Now, we will be playing on the 8-bit Do controller today. It's one of my favorite controllers. It works for pretty much every game and is just totally plays well with Linux right now. So I'm going to stop waffling and we're going to get into some gameplay. We're going to have fun with this one today. I'm basically just playing for my own enjoyment and for you guys to sort of see the game and experience it along with me. We're looking at the optimization with Linux out the box. We're seeing how it runs, because obviously Warframe is a massive Linux game. Everybody on Linux has played Warframe, loves Warframe, and pretty much is a part of the Warframe scene 9 times out of 10, because it runs so sweet on all of their systems, Steam Deck, you know, PC, all that good stuff. So I'm assuming this is built with the same technology underneath. I'm hoping so. I'm hoping it is built from ground up as a Warframe base, and then just has pretty and pink put over the top, as I like to say. Again, don't take any of my isms or language use as definite. It's just me playing around. But that being said, thank you for joining me today. Let's just jump in. Okay, let's go. So Linux wise, we're running 120 frames right now. We are spinning with no judderiness whatsoever, and we are running on high predominantly. I will prove this. The game is actually really well optimized from my surprise today. So if we go in, you can see here, if I scroll down, I've got vertical sync on, but set to 120 or 60 hertz, depending on how you want to look at it. but I'm getting 120 frames. I've got geometry high. This was a weird one for me. This was the only thing that really stood out. Anti-aliasing, let me put it higher. Anti-aliasing at 8 times. Now I can't turn it down to 4 times or 2 times. Only 8. It's really weird. It's really. I thought it would bottleneck my system. I thought the record and the live stream would be bitty and grainy, but it doesn't seem to affect it too much. So I don't know if that is a true 8 times. I think that might just be like on, because the one below it is SMAA, which is good, but it doesn't have the sharpening technology. So we need the sharpening technology because it's built in Unreal 5, and we know all Unreal 5 games look like mud. Everything's just blurry and similar unless they put some real good devs on the back of it. Now, I'm not saying this doesn't have good devs. I'm saying it looks like mud if you turn it off. So yeah, to keep the game looking kind of crisp and sharp and see some detail in it, I would suggest using TAA or, you know, FSR. It only offers FSR 2 at the moment. That's just not good enough. Okay, so I do have FSR 4 installed, so that is a fact. Let's see where our progression was so far. I haven't played this game since we last jumped in, so we are going in fresh. Again, my man looks like a complete muppet. He doesn't look like somebody I would be, you know, keen to play. Again, this whole like plain face Jane look that we're going for with men and women in games just doesn't fly with me. You know, there's no characterism to them. They have no realism. They sort of just blend and bland and safe, and I really dislike it. You know, we need characters that stand out. This is why Tomb Raider, you know, God of War, the original God of War, not that new year's, a lot of it is character faces, personalities that you put into those character faces to bring that character alive. This guy looks like he's a wet blanket. He's going to act like a wet blanket. If you give him a voice, he's going to sound like a wet blanket because he's just so generically boring. Yes. You can see I've been waiting to get on here for a long time. Okay, so let's jump in. Now, if I remember rightly, we just hold a button and then that's it. Select and you're in. I love that. That is absolutely great. It's like your portal's always running in the background. It's really nice. And again, the visuals in this game are astounding. When it's not got ghosting or dodgy shadows, the game looks absolutely top tier. For an Unreal 5 game, it's really pretty. And again, we're running on Linux Mint right now, 120 frames. You can see here, if I buy the water's like quite impressive. You know, it does what it does and it does it well. I've got no problems with the visuals of this game at all. So we're just going to jump in and see what we need to do. Now, I remember there it is. We have to follow the bird at all times. And as you're running around the stage or environment, you're coming across these enemies and they will all attack you. So you might as well just attack them first. We've got scan. There you go, man down. Now this game is not hard at all, remember. It's pretty simple gameplay. The bosses are a little bit difficult, but once you've sort of played them once or twice, you get the pattern and you can get through it quite easily. And do we have to pick these items up? Or is it because we're full? Okay, they're full. Remember, I don't know because we haven't jumped in since the last time I played it. Okay, grab that. Sweet. Weapon acquired. Okay, we're dropping loot now. Let's have a look. So this one gives me a +9 attack. Is there just an equip button? How do we equip it from here? There's no quick equipped. Wow, okay. So we must have a character screen. Is it auto equipped? That's weird. That can't be right. I'm using the D-pad and then I'm just hitting go. You'd think like you just hold your button down on it or something and it would just go over. Doesn't seem to do that. But do we have to go all the way back just to equip it? I've got to check this out because I'm not actually sure. It can't be this. It is this. So we've got weapon here. We've got the +2. This one's plus 19 now. Okay, that is a really shit way to do that. If that's how they're doing that, that's really annoying. That every time you find something good, you might be going into like a boss next or some area that you died, and you're going to have to come all the way back here just to do this. Just have it in the menu in the game, in the inventory. Just have it there. Why would you want me to come all the way back? That cannot be right. I've got to figure this out today. Wow, okay. How did I not pick that up last time? And then we've got like a side charm that can be equipped to this one now, which is really cool. And it does actually look like there's more than one. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, awesome. And it will let me know when I've got one, which is, again, this is a good system when you're here. I just don't know why we have to do this. Okay. Now, if you want the game louder or you want it turned down or whatever, let me know as well. Quite a quiet game until it pops off. Aye, aye. I got shook. He scared the hell out of me. I turned into a butterfly and run. Weird. Okay, pop it. Blah. Like a bag of magic. Toe of Odd. Or Ode. So far so good. Can we ransack any of this? Break this box. Oop. Okay, cool. Okay, we've got a bunch of people just spawning in there. There we go. So we're touching a tree. Nice. That's cool. Okay, so we can now teleport, can we? Or is it just opening up the map? Zoom, pan, waypoint, exit. It just opens up the map, I think.
Wet with salt. Did she exalt?
And then we've got Whammons waffling. The two things that bug me about this game, just in its general gameplay, that I would love to turn off or fix, is waffling from Whammons when I'm trying to play the game, and the bird itself. This navigation is good when you're actually lost, but having to use it all the time. Like, see this at the top, when you click it and the bird flies off, it comes up briefly and then disappears. Just leave this on the top of the screen and don't have the bird at all. Just have the waypoint to my next objective. The bird's cool and all. I'm a bird man. I've got myself 3 parrots. I know it, right? I'm cool with it. It was cute. But when you have to keep all the time, every 5 minutes, the game gets dry real quick with that. So I'd like to be able to turn it off and just have the top waypoint show me where I'm going. It can be a bird icon still, do you know what I mean? But like, it really does get a little bit annoying. That being said, this is a great place to be. Look at the trees, the winds, the sort of low-key dust. It's got fog. It's got really nice weather effects. Lightning effects are to die for. The visuals of this game bang, and it works on Linux so far beautifully. I can't rate the technical side of this game enough. It's very nice. It feels like Warframe in its like visual aspect. You can tell that some pedigree are behind this game, but there's just a lot of gubbins shoved in on top. That I mean, look at this, right? This is great, but there's a lot of gubbins shoved in that I just cannot seem to swallow whole without saying something about it. It just doesn't sit right with me. Okay, what happened there? I got symbols. Find who haunts the passive tower. Okie dokie. Boom. Send him flying, boys. And he dropped something. Oh, a piece of that action. Weapon acquired. It's called the Blitzel. They are dropping weapons nice. Like I don't remember getting weapons this quick. Okay, we're going upstairs. Oh yeah, they're coming around. So I'm guessing they're going to come up here. Not today, baby. I swear they've made this game easier, or I've just got stronger for no reason whatsoever. I'm one-shotting everyone. Here we go. Ooh, mister. See if we can draw out. There we go. Now, I can rapid fire, but it does barely any damage. Yes. Okay, sweet. Up and around. Hold left trigger to scan. I think I moaned about this before, like lack of breakables. You know, just being able to shoot stuff in the environment will feel really good. Even if it's like just added in later. It will make the environment a little bit more like you're really there and your immersion a bit higher. Where's my bird gone? Yeah, he wants to go down, I think. I'm not really sure if he knows. The bird don't know what he's doing. Am I up or down? I don't know what it's telling me. Find who haunts the passive tower. I'm just going to go to the top because I'm assuming that's where it wants us. If not, we'll have to come back down each floor and figure it out. This is a big old tower, boys. With absolutely nothing to investigate from what I can tell. Oh, there you go. Breakables. Now we're talking. Can we break them all? Fair. Got a load of gold. Let's pop another one. It is really weird because some breakables are in with non-breakables. Firing this off could be a better bet. Quite a lot of gold there, actually. Money, money, money! Ooh, what's that? Sprout Folk Fond. Such stupid names. I'm never going to remember any of these names. They're not items you're going to connect with. You're not going to ring your mate up and go, bro, I just got myself a spike brick frond. You say, you're right, you need some help. Okay, we're going up ladder. Monkey Man, the greatest hero of them all. Okay, scan it. Pigeon. You just go straight through the floor. Okay, I guess we're not supposed to be here. Very Pacific. Where's he gone? He's going down, and then he just stops. And then he goes back up. Yeah, this is not a good place for navigation at all. We open that chest. Yoop. Okay, in this section, the bird is absolutely pretty much useless, and the scan doesn't seem to be doing anything. So this needs refining. It's gone down again. Maybe pointing in here. Okay. I mean, the bird was blatantly there, right? And there is some sort of sparkle. I don't know what's telling me to do there. Find he who haunts the passive tower. I mean, I'm not really sure what's happening here. Let me see if anyone in the chat's got it. If anyone knows how to get past this, let me know. The bird's glitching now. Yeah, he does glitch quite a bit, unfortunately. I can't really change that. Low disk space. Oh, hang on. I've got low disk space now. Right, what I'm going to do is just quickly sort that issue out. Let's have a look. So, close the game down. Something I should have pre-prepared, but I didn't. Hard drives. Or is it better to do Steam, innit? Steam. Store. Bear with. I'm just going to go in Steam and I'm going to just delete something that's in a hard drive that I've filled up. Yeah, this is a bit of a dodgy section, this, because it tells me to investigate the tower, which we're in, but it keeps making the bird go up and down like a yo-yo, so I don't actually know. Again, if the bird's not useful, don't use it. Just use the top bar navigation. I can follow that easier. And if you're like below a level, put an arrow pointing up. And if you're above a level, put an arrow pointing down. And then you know at least that's where you need to be. Bear with, it's just going to take me a minute. Steam seems to want to load up at the slowest pace possible. Come on, bro. Don't know how else to delete anything from that hard drive that I may or may not need. I do have 2 copies of this on now, which probably isn't helping. Okay, storage. Let's have a look. I probably maxed it out, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, Ark Survival is one that can come off. That's like 200 gigs. So we'll get rid of that, and we'll also make sure there's no downloads. Don't want to mess with the stream. Very good. And see if there's anything else we can remove. So I'm getting a new hard drive soon because I've maxed out like 8 gigs just in games, and they are ones I need. I unfortunately need them all, so it's not great. Okay, that's uninstalling. Let's try and remove a smaller one just to make sure we've got room. So like, for instance, Armor 3, we were going to play that next year, so I don't need that on now. Yeah, I know, right? We're getting there. Just bear with. Just want to make sure I've got enough room. Everything else can stay. So what I do, I have one hard drive that like I record to, but it also stores games. And then I move those games over when I want to play them and then put them back after, so that I don't have to download every time or fill up my little 2 terabyte SSD. SSDs are great, but they come with such a limitation on size. I think it's about 300 quid now for a 4 TB. It's just not worth the money, in my opinion. Mechanical 8 TB are around about the same. I think they're about probably, I think mine was 200 quid. So I actually save £100 buying 8 TB than I do buying 4 TB just because it's an SSD. But each to their own, do you know what I mean? SSDs are good, but they're not ideal when you're a content creator because they don't come with the amount of space for, you know, the money you want to spend. Obviously, you have USB hard drives. That's the way around it. Not a big fan of those either. We also have Marvel Rivals coming, but I can delete that as well. So I'm just going to leave that up so it can delete it whilst I record. It should. Just got to wait for it to actually clear those now. So just give me a moment. Depends how long Steam want to take to uninstall. Come on, Steam. It says uninstalling, but it's taken a hot minute. So it's from a completely different hard drive too, so it shouldn't really be affecting the game at all. We can still play though. I'll leave that up and then I'll play. That'll be the way around that. Sweet. Nice. Right, let's find this thing. Am I in there? I am in there. Now my controller's not working because Steam's taken over my controller. Give me back controller. YouTube chat. Oh, bear with a minute. Let's have a look. Going to be a weird one, Dave, but we've got plenty of hours, so I'm not bothered. It's implemented. There is a setting to turn on the compass permanently. Ooh, that's a good idea. Let's have a look. Like I say, I'm not equipped with the settings. I'm not like familiarized myself with them yet. So I'm guessing you're talking about a game setting somewhere. Speech volume. I'll turn that down because we don't like a... Well, I don't know. For your sake, I'll keep it up, but I'm not overly keen on the voice, to be honest. But it's got to be louder than the sounds. Confirm. Accessibility. Hold to sprint. New. Throw or shoot with melee. Hold to sprint. Enable controller southpaw. That's left-handed, I think. Enable controller aim assist. Fair dues. Enable HUD motion. Subtitles. I'm not really sure where it is. Yeah, I'm in the UI, but... Oh, you mean there's a section for UI? Got ya. HUD scale. Adjust. Show HUD. Is it that? No, that's not that. Damage meters. I'm not seeing it, bro, unless it's one of these. I've got cursor test sensitivity, accuracy, blah, blah, blah. Then I've got show HUD, which is on. I've got HUD scale to make it a little bit bigger. Crosshair size, opacity. Use search bar compass. It's not here. It's got to be somewhere else. Chat scale. Ooh, turn that down. Settings. Where would that be? Use search bar. I'm in the right section. This is user interface. It's not here. Top right. Oh, you want me to type it in there? Compass. It's in accessibility for special people. For me. Compass always visible. Right. Okay, so they do have that covered. Let's take a look at that now. Save. And that was way easier with a massive keyboard right there. Damn. That's it. Damn. Now I've still lost functionality to this, unfortunately. But I do think that's Steam's fault. I'm going to turn it off and turn it on again. I've been trying to turn it off and on again. No, Steam controls it right now, so I'm going to hold that. That's it. Appreciate. Right, okay, we'll play with mouse and keyboard just while we're waiting for Steam to hurry up and uninstall, which I will flick across and just double check. Still uninstalling. Great. All beans. Do, do, do. So this is not ground floor, is it? It's down here. G for the bird. What I will say is it's very accessible. Like, I know it's got accessibility, but it is very accessible overall. Like this plays well on the controller. It plays well on the keyboard and mouse. Like I say, the mechanics of the game are really solid. Okay, now where? Kick move. Bird. Bird's a Fruit Loop. I swear. Look, what's it doing now? It's gone back inside. Shame you can't open the door. I ran past the door more times than I'd like to admit. Have I got to go in the door? Get in. Okay, there's no... Do I kick it? No. That door ain't opening, bro. If it does, that should give you a button prompt, but it doesn't seem like it's bothered. Maybe we have to go like down and around. Hang on, we've got outside there. We've got another outside here. This is a door. Scan. I know it's like I'm trying to go for open world, but damn. Hang on. Right, the bird's no help. In this section, the bird sucks. Like, he don't know what he don't know his arsehole from his ear roll. But yeah, okay. And you know what the sad thing is? Even sadder? 6 months ago, we already did this. The servers have been reset and I'm back in fresh. See, more of this. Like, I love this. This is a cool design. It's kind of like, what's going on? You know, that sort of impression. Why does he have a baby on his shoulder? Who cares? It's just new and I like it. Wait, do I have to take the pot? Look at my man. Look. He's got some feet game going on. That's how dusty it is in there, bros. I can just slide on it. It's grease. So can I interact with that? That can't be it. Where's the list? Surely this. Yeah, I think I did it. Maybe not. I have no idea what I'm doing. Halfway to the first door, that's it. Right, where's my pigeon? There he goes. Well, I mean, that was it. Just opening the door and talking to him. That was a bit of a swizz. I was expecting more for the effort. Oh, we're going to have to do the boss again. What in the air Hadouken have I got now? So it doesn't work if you charge. But if you just keep firing. By the power of guff, we stay in the air. Sick. Right, I've got to stop playing because I'm just losing all of this recording. There we go. We're back. There is more. That's it. Well, I'm glad you're there with us to try and guide us in Air Force One. Let me cancel Steam. I would say we've probably got enough space now. What else was I uninstalling? I think they're all gone. I think they're all uninstalled, so we're good. Close that. Steam, boy. Okay, now I need to close Steam. Should be no. How do we kill Steam? Options. Uninstall. I just want to close it. Oh, I think if I go to store and then I can do it from the top menu. Sign out. Steam. Exit. Yeah, there you go. That shuts down. Sweet. I will keep backseating for a minimum, just like the first boss. You like the first boss a lot? It's pretty cool. Like the boss design, I really enjoyed. Yeah, there you go. We're back in the room. So it is Steam. Steam will cut out for some reason. So basically, you don't want that open when you're playing a game. But if you're downloading it through Steam later on, you probably won't have a problem. Let's do that. Get back in the game. Yeah, the first boss is really good design, really awesome, but it has some caveats that we'll probably address because they probably haven't changed them by now. Okay, singer, in memory of the last pensive, does it say, who haunts the tower still. So we wasn't in the tower, although it sort of nodded that that was the tower for a bit. We wasn't in the right place. How long is the game? Do you know? Have you oh, you clipped it all? Oh, good. I didn't lose it then. How long is the game in total? Does anyone actually know? Has anyone finished it yet? I would imagine by now somebody's cracked it, right? I just go in and check it out. I mean, like I say, I'm running on Linux Mint right now. It will work on the deck, and it has got controller support, which is guaranteed for the deck as well. You're playing on Linux too? Sweet. I mean, I can't really, like, I keep saying, like, I don't want to talk about Linux too much because it's like a given for me. I've been using Linux for my whole life, on and off, and now really for the last 8 months, Linux has been better hands down than Windows has ever been. It feels like using Windows 7 with less issues, like less like interruptions and less of your dung, you know, when it just like a box and it says no. I don't get any of that on Linux, but what I do get is some little strange things. Like I can only open Steam if I right click the Steam icon and go to store, but I can't actually just double click Steam. If I double click Steam, it opens Steam, but it won't display. It'll just, it's almost like it tries to go to big picture mode and gives up. So I don't know what that is. That was from Flatpak, so I don't know why it does that. So I have to right click, go to store, and then it will open properly, which is very strange. But yeah, Linux has its little caveats, but they're so small compared to not being spied on, not having everything screenshot, not trying to sell me something every 5 minutes, not crashing on everything I'm doing. Like if I'm working on a video and that video is 4 hours long and I want to bring it down to an hour, that takes about 8 hours to edit because you have to get through all that 4-hour footage. So if I then crash that and it doesn't recover, Windows, I detest them. I shout at them. I'm aggressive. I've lost 8 hours of my life, right, because of Windows. So I don't do that anymore. I use Linux for everything I do, and I'm having a good time doing it. And that's all I really want to talk about. You know, when people ask me, like even YouTube, you know, they'd say like lean into the Linux, do Linux stuff, and it's like, yeah, well, does anybody really care? Like, is anybody really listening to Linux opinions? You know, I think a lot of people still don't really believe that Linux is as good as they say it is. I don't feel like a lot of people that we have had a massive adoption. 40% of people are now on Linux, which is great. But I do find a lot of that is handhelds and also businesses like servers and stuff. I don't feel like the consumer has really switched that many. Like I don't know many people that are running Linux other than me and my partner, of course. This bird's gone ape again. Where's it telling me to go now? Is it going around or is it going in? Okay, it's gone in. Back the way we came. Now there's an X. So we went outside, collected it and came back in. One quill to bind them. One quill to disappear them. I have just noted my rank at the top there was cut off. Why is that? Why are we now cutting the top of the screen off? Have a look. I'm not sure if it's settings or whether it's going to be because I increased the user interface. It's in borderless, which is, you know, not really needed. Drop it to 1080 full screen. Hopefully that... It does look a little bit more compressed. Maybe borderless was chopping the top off. I don't know. Do you use multi-arch package? No, I don't even know what a multi-arch package is, my friend. I've always liked Linux Mint because Mint comes as like a professional look. It seems a bit more for creators, and it has the versatility of just going on Google, asking a question and being able to copy and paste some code to fix a problem. For instance, like I want to talk about this right now. So HD60S, I believe it is. I hope you can see that okay. So the HD60S is the one model of the Elgato capture card that doesn't work. So S Plus, and I think the one that goes inside the PC, which I forget the name of it now, the super duper version, they all work with Linux, but S doesn't. And I just happen to have S. So it does come with caveats, right? Like, and that's across all Linux distros, from what I understand. You have to do some real like mystic shizery to get this to work. And I was gutted about it, right? Because the S has been so reliable on Windows for me for so many years, but it was built for Windows. And unfortunately, some tech that's old now won't work because of the limitations of the tech and how it's designed to interface. So the other versions work great, but not this one. So I was a little bit gutted the other day. So what is the multi-arch package, if you don't mind me asking? I use Flatpak built into Linux Mint because Linux Mint is essentially Ubuntu on the back end. So I just sort of go by Ubuntu guides, you know, very easy to get. Multi-arch is a framework to set up hardware profiles and link it with the correct drivers for that platform. Ooh, I'm going to look into that, my friend. Thank you for putting that out. I record all these, so I will come back to it and check it. Yeah, that sounds awesome. If it's going to help out with things. I'm running a full AMD system, all AM5, and I have a radio. I think that's the big deal as well. A lot of people are trying to switch to Linux with NVIDIA graphics cards, and I don't feel like that's the win. There's a lot of problems that can happen. There's a lot of driver clashes. There's a lot of like shutdowns. Like your system would be fine, and then 4 months later you do an update, and it just like some versions mismatch, some dates don't correlate, and it just crashes on you. And I think that's where people are getting a little bit twisted. You have to have a Radeon graphics card to have native support. Once you get native support, you'll have a great time because everything just works outside the box, right? As soon as you plug it in, you're good to go, install your system, done. I don't think a lot of people use that as the baseline. I think they've got an NVIDIA system, they've got a Windows system, they think F Windows, they switch, and then they're stuck with that NVIDIA card playing havoc with their system for the next 6 months. Then they get fed up, go back to Windows because Windows is just simple. And I think that's where they're having a problem because obviously not everyone can afford to upgrade to a Radeon card if they never originally got one. And I was in that same boat. I had a 3060. I tried to put Linux on it. It worked for about 2 months with Fedora, and then it just decided to oof itself, right? And Fedora is the one that plays nice with NVIDIA, but I don't like the way Fedora implements its updates. Sometimes the updates can clash with stuff, cause problems with Snap and that. I just don't like it. So I stay with Linux Mint and, you know, mint it, stay safe, and look after what you're doing. I'm on NVIDIA, and it was a bit rough to set up with the kernel model, but I was very rusty. Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying it, like, of course, it can be done, and it will last you a long time, but for stability, if you want to build a system that lasts like 4 or 5 years, you ain't got to touch it. I think Linux Mint with a Radeon card and a AMD system is just the way to go. Build that and you just won't have a problem. I've done it now 3 times and I've had no problems. I've got an 8 months, a 6 months, and this one, which is about 3 months. And everything, you know, works fine. Just go in a flat pack. go into the online store and just downloading apps essentially, and everything's just working great. No issues. There is niggles, but not issues, which is good. Okay, where's he gone? Oh, he stopped here. Why did he stop here? What am I missing? Do you know what? Breakables are fun. These are some good breakables right here. Now where's he gone? He just gives up. He's gone from one extreme to the other. Now I've put the permanent waypoints on the top. He just doesn't, he's not interested. He don't know where he's going. How am I supposed to know? I guess we just go to the top. See if he leads us back down. T? What's T? What's this? Enclave. You are not currently qualified to use this channel. Oh, that's talk, is it? I don't know if it was a mistake you pressed that or not. I don't even know what that is. So it won't go away now. What have you done? Bounce. There you go. Now it's just in the bottom left of my screen. How do I get rid of it? Oh. Mistype, sorry. Oh, you beast. Now it's stuck on my screen here. I can press escape. Oh, okay. You go back in the menu. Go. So weird. So weird. Go back in the menu and it's gone. And we're up. Speak to... What did that say? Speak to Auric. Speak to Auric in the night in something or other. Nightfold. What am I supposed to know where that is? Why is it not on the map? Hold tab. Is this the Nightfold? Is that what that's called? I got ya. Okay, we've got glowing rock. Alrighty then. Very nice. Now that right there was something I addressed when I first played this game, was the overall lack of knowing when you first start a game the terminologies. You don't know the names of stuff, you don't know where you're going, you don't know what items heal you, you don't know what items are going to give you mana buffs or whatever else you're doing. And they have all these ridiculous names in this game, and I really dislike it when games try to be they overthink themselves, thinking they're clever. Oh, if we do this, it'll be really new, really innovative. No, it's not. You're just annoying. The things you name stuff should be like what gamers already know. So like, you know, we know a herb and a potion is going to heal us instantly, but you don't call it a herb or a potion. You call it a wanky plank. You know, you call it wanky plank, then we don't know what that is, so we don't know how to use it, and then you end up getting oofed and frustrated with the game before you have to. And I think when they just constantly give names of places, stupid names, and they're constantly renaming items in games, it's one of my little gripes. It's just like, can you stop trying to be so clever and actually just give the gamer what they need to get on, and definitely concentrate in other areas, like pointing me in the right direction when I don't know what that thing's called or what this place is or where it is. You know, you've got to direct the player hand. You've got to basically hold their hand for the first 20 minutes of your game. Otherwise, the frustration will kick in really early and people will just bounce. And we saw this only yesterday. Did we see this with Vanguard? And I think a lot of games are just not concentrating in the areas that are important and concentrating on their sort of ultimate goal, their ultimate world building, their ultimate character designs, and that should come later. You know, get your player base, then do that.
There is no future for a pastless people, Envoy. Our minds and shelves emptied. Yes.
It doesn't help that the
It
DN
seems time
tends
at
to.
last
Oh,
to
is that
finish my
devs?
book.
It doesn't help that the tends
But
dev
what
to
I
provide
do
you
is worthy
the
of
info
your
via
conceit.
environmental storytelling. Sadly, that happens in high stress situations. And so, yeah, when you're not paying no attention. That's a good one. That is a good, very good point. I like that. They do that. And again, I always moan about the fact that they tell story, as in like they're setting their lore whilst you're just like running through a forest, running through or driving a car down the street. And then like the radio is talking to you and it's saying, how you know, the police are doing this or the government's doing that, and they're trying to paint a picture for you whilst you're playing the game. I hate that. If you want to build a really neat cutscene, go for it. I'll sit down and chill out for 5 minutes, listen to your jargon, and I'll either like it or dislike it, but I can get on with the game in between quietly and just invest time in the world. But they try and like build the world as you're in the world, and it really frustrates me. I think it's one of those things that came from a new age game design perspective, not the old age. You know, the old way was always better. And if you go back and play any retro game, slam in a PS2, go onto a retro device, you never get annoyed, you never get hassled, you never get pissed off with a game. You either win or fail. Do you know what I mean? That is what those games are about. In these games, it's like there is no winning or failing. It's just progression. You're always going around an open world, live service game. This has to be connected to the internet all the time. You're running around in their environment, borrowing, let's say, their time, giving them your time, sorry, and borrowing their environment. So yeah, so you're giving them your time, borrowing their environment, but they're putting their sort of opinions and agendas and things in the game that you don't want to hear or listen to because it's garbage. And then you have to put up with it just to enjoy the other bits of the game, which are solid. That's a big modern problem with video game design, and you're seeing it with things like Marathon. You know, these things don't succeed because nobody wants to fucking play them because they suck. They suck on the fundamental baseline, but then they put all this shit on top thinking they don't suck. That you should have done a lot more playtesting. You should have had people with criticism come back to you and tell you about your games. And I think this game's doing well because the playtest has lasted so long. The early adoption is actually pretty good. And I think a lot of people have given a lot of feedback. Now, whether these people listen to it, I do not know, because this game doesn't feel any different from when we first played it. So I think the fundamentals of the game haven't been changed or reversed or even thought about, to be honest. So I don't think they're a listening type of company. And if you look at Warframe has progressively been becoming more female orientated with its skin packs, its DLC. And I would imagine that those sales have plummeted because looking like a cool ass Guyver style or Power Ranger or, you know, Transformer is where it's at for the blokes, right? For the dudes who play your game, they will support you when you build some cool ass shit. If you build like a female skin, we go, cool, that's for someone else. And we don't buy it because no dude wants to run around as a 6 foot fucking woman with massive breasts. Well, most of us. So there is some anime fans out there that might like that. But you know what I mean? So the money stays in our pockets and we spend it on something else. And I think to cater for each market is important. But all I'm seeing from Warframe lately is content with 2 women and a bloke skin. But the bloke skin sucks because we put all the time and the effort into the women's skins. So it kind of, it sounds like that's a, they have their niche. Exactly. And I think Warframe's going to be for the dudes, so cater to the dudes. And this game will be for the whammons, and I think you should cater for the whammons. But at the same time, when the dude wants to come play the whammons and the whammons want to come and play the dude's game, then yeah, you should have options, right? Now, this game, my problem with it is there is no option for me. This guy sucks. He looks like trash. I don't want to play him. I don't like him, but I have to because he's about the only man-orientated thing in the game. And even then, I still don't even believe he's a man. He looks got a pig face, and he looks like he could be transgendered. As far as I'm concerned, he could be anything. You know what I mean? And in this game, who knows? So that sucks because you want to identify with your character, build a rapport with your character, and have something to build on. You know, you want to build up that character because the character's awesome, and there's no awesomeness here for me. is unfortunately lacking in a lot of those aspects. And we already have a store by the look of it. And I can tell you now, there is not one freaking thing I am interested in. And I intend to play this game on release. This looks okay. It's jumped over here. I just want to see the price real quick. £25. Great British pounds. The Queen's own monies. And not being funny, that skin still looks like it has thunder thighs and 2 sets of tits. That thing looks like it's got 4 breastises and massive Chung-Li thighs. So I'm not even convinced that's a dude skin. It's as close to a dude as I can get, but I'm not guaranteeing it. So I wouldn't pay £4 for that. Do you know what I mean? Let alone £24. That's ridiculous. No dude skins in a dude game. And honestly, without dudes in this game, it ain't going to be successful. That's facts. I just know. The player base of dudes to Whammons ratio, if you go to SteamDB and check it out, you're going to find that 90% of most of the popular top 10 games is dudes playing it. 100%. I know this in my heart. 90% of those are going to be dudes. What are the top games right now? Regarding the skin, yes, and it's on the agenda. So we're going to put some male skins up in there. I mean, all you got to do is look at like Warframe, take a Warframe popular skin and make it like in this fantasy style, but keep it dudeish, right? Keep it dudes. Don't give it 4 breasts. Don't give it massive thighs. Nobody wants that shit. So like, just keep it in the realms of realism, and dudes will be happy. Bloom of Laclate. Oh. Upgrades available. And we have tree. Are we allowed to talk about this tree? Because when we first started, we weren't allowed to talk about the tree. This whole section was like very hush. I think we're all right. I don't know. I'll leave it just in case. Let's go get our upgrades done. Can we not run any faster than this? There's no like super sprint. Steve mentioned in a dev short. Steve! Wow, awesome. And they will adjust the male versions for the founder skin. So you're putting... Oh, okay, so someone's had a complaint, or people have complained, about the founder pack not having a sort of decent male skin in it. Is that what you're saying? So it's a male skin, but people weren't happy with it. Oh, we'll have to check that because I'm not 100% sure what the founder pack actually includes. I feel like I should. Let's take a quick look. Founder pack. Right. Make sure I get the right page. There we go. Become a founder. Oh, that is the one. Okay, I got you. I get what you're saying now. I didn't off because it was £24. I assume it was just buying it from the game there. Yeah, I mean that's whack. Like as a founder pack, I don't, like I say, I don't know a single dude who plays this game or is looking forward to this game. And I know like a lot of gamers. My Discord has about, I think we're about 100 and odd people now, and my overall community is about 10k strong. And I still don't get a single person who's a dude be excited for this at any point. Nobody ever talks to me about it. It's just sort of, I would say, more random females, and I've had a couple of like low-key gamers that are interested, you know, casual players, which is good. You know, you want to, I always say the casual market's where you want to go, because if you get everybody involved, then the hardcore will come as well. But yeah, I just I wouldn't want a founders pack that has that in it. That's cool. So maybe Steve will have a look. Good old Steve. Let's take a look at these bows, because I'm sure we've got a better one now. 9, 47, 23 plus 70. Still no better one. We do have a sword. So we have a choice between a sword or a bow. Wonder what a sword plays like. Got a pact. Pick tricks powder. Cast the cloud of magic dust, leaving enemies blinded. Again, that sounds whack. Trick of the light. Set free tricks the shadows. Meh. I mean, tricks the shadows could be cool if the enemies are going to attack them, because then it's going to leave me free to sort of... Oh, they explode. Oh, hell yeah. I'm down for that. We'll upgrade that. And we've got shrouded. We have to hold it. Of course. And then we've got the prides. Use glamour sneak. We need all these, right? We don't really have a choice because they roll on. Pact under the red sun, gain courage. A pact under the blue sun, gain grace. I don't know what any of that means. Again, just upgrades that are absolutely pointless to me. Hang on, get in now. Go in. Okay, how do I get in there then? This. There we go. Okay, controller support for that one was weird. I wanted to click it and then it will jump across and then I can click inside this box. But instead you have to sort of use this silly mouse thing. Okay, well we are bowmen, so we've got the bow upgrades there. Here we go. Arrow, stay buried for longer. Charge shot, charge more quickly. I mean, that's definite. Yeah, okay. They seemed a bit more pointless, like worth doing. Them other things, I don't even know what I gained there. Kind of pointless. Sweet. And then 3, 2, 1, we're back in the room. Cool transition. Why is there whammons? What happened here? Yes, that thing's so awesome. I'm not sure about her though. Her face is plain Jane. Looks like a teacher I used to know at school. You have access to the Soulframe Discord and forum. They are constantly monitoring the issues and feedback. Cool beans. The last 3 updates were adjusting the attribute system to a version that satisfied and desired of the desires of players, with the attention of the devs. Sweet. Resetting the trees is free. Once you gain an understanding, there is no harm in changing them. So you can redo your upgrades and follow different paths. That's cool. So yeah, other than that, we're good. I mean, the whole thing with this game is it's very... What's the word I'm looking for? The gameplay is great. I like the gameplay. It's the blandness of the characters. It's the safeness of everything. Like I said in the first video we did, you can't even shoot a rabbit with the bow. Like, that sounds mean, but if you're an open world with freedom, why not? And it might not be like you, once you've done it, you won't do it again. Do you know what I mean? But it's like little things that make the world feel living and breathing have been taken out or just not added in. There is a lot of outfits that, I mean, my guy is just so bland. You know, he only got a pair of shoes on for some reason. Why you would run around in prickle bushes and unknown territories with no shoes on is just nonsense. Just little things, just really weird with the game. Like, yeah, it was designed by a bunch of women that don't wear shoes a lot, maybe. But at the end of the day, this is not what dudes think. Dudes think literally, laterally. We think with you know, common sense. If I'm going into a burning building, I want shoes on, maybe. There's little things that sort of stand out as like just feeling a bit weird. Crusty feet. He must have the hardest feet. I mean, he's got wraps on them, but his toes are out. I can't really see his feet, to be honest, and nor do I really want to, but you can kind of get the gist of it. He's got massive feet. This guy's got big feet. I've got small feet, but they look massive to me. The next update might bring a different approach. Yeah, it might do. It might do. It could do. Who knows? Like I say, the gameplay's solid. I just love the way this is running, by the way. This is so good. Trying to work out if I like the... I do like it. Like this grass and everything's just high fidelity. You got no wobbly lines. You got no dodgy shadows. The game's not lacking in frames at any point. The overall thing is just solid. It was a big reveal in TennoCon. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to be a part of it or see it. I've just been so busy, and I've got a couple of ill family members, personal business. But like I've been back and forth to London like a lot. It'd be nice to see. It'd be nice to see a TennoCon rerun. I might have to take a look tonight, maybe over dinner or something. I'll check it. Boom.
Their meaning like a river, curving beyond sight. Yes.
See, it's this. This is not good way of storytelling. There it was fine because I was willing to sit and watch it, but most people are just running like this, and then that comes up. Oh, I tell you what I did want to address, and I don't know if you'll agree or not, or have something to say about it. The gameplay itself, the loop of the gameplay, because at the minute you're playing through like a RPG story. Cool. You're setting your world, you know, good stuff. After the RPG gameplay element, what is left? Like, what is the gameplay loop? Because to me, it seems like you're going to do this a billion times, which is super annoying. And like in the lifespan of the game, how many times am I going to have to do that? How many times am I going to pull my bow and fire it? How many times am I going to be like jumping, you know, and doing this? You know, how many times are you going to be doing the same thing over and over again by, let's say, 40 hours, 80 hours? At the end of the game, what is Endgame going to offer that is different and dramatically different to the core gameplay aspect? Now, you could say, well, in Warframe, you are essentially still doing the dive roll, you're still doing the aim down sight, you're still doing the combat. But with that game, everything matters. Everything I do in that game levels up my gear, levels up my weapons, how they look, how they feel, how much damage they do. And all I'm doing in this so far is replacing the one I've got with another one, which is cool. You know, that's fine. They do look different, but the overall aspect of the gameplay, it needs a little bit more. It needs something else, like a crafting system, or possibly it's in there again. I haven't delved too far into it, but we need something at endgame that's not just running around this. Because running around this, once you've gone through the story, and I really am not looking forward to the story as a whole, I think the overall story is going to be a bit of a pain and a stretch to get through. But the actual end game, what is the point in playing? Because if the end game is sick, then I won't have to worry about the story, and I can just forget it even exists once I've gone through it. But the actual gameplay itself, the core loop, feels great to do, but gets old quick. So I did want to put that out there to like see if anybody wants to comment, see if anybody leaves a comment on the video as to what they've, because they might have done way more hours than me, what their actual opinion is. Because for me at the moment, I love the game as a single player experience. I would never have made this online, and I would never have made it an open world type of game. I would have made it a single player spin-off, and if it was successful, then maybe sort of blended the two worlds. But at the moment, because it's a live service game and it's going to be relying on microtransactions, what are you offering the end game players that's going to keep them buying stuff, that's going to keep them coming back? Because Warframe has had years and years and years and years of development, and to be honest, that game sucked when it first came out. That game was complete arse. This game is not arse when it's first come out. So this game has a head start. This game's actually took what it's learned and built upon it, which is great. But what they offering later on, you know, expanding the world's not enough. You're going to have to add more mechanics. You're going to have to add more interactions, more things to do in the world. Like, for instance, puzzles, opening doors. You're going to have to add some of that Tomb Raider element where we like able to sort of transition, where we can climb rocks and do stuff with the environment, you know, Genshin Impact style as well, where you're using different elements to beat different things. That could be really cool. I don't know what the game's plans are. And that's why we're going to leave that, because that's what's boggling my brain about why anybody gives the majority of their time to the game. No worries. In effect, you can play a dark version. Dark version. When the questing is done, you are going to grind the bosses. Currently 5. IRCs, is that? So what, 5 bosses? And once you download all 5, you can go into hard mode. Yeah, that's whack. That's already whack. I can tell you now. That's what are you talking hard mode? Nobody cares. That's not going to be a thing. That's just you not wanting to finish the game or add any content to it. Once you get through this game, people are going to put it down 100%. They're not going through no damn hard mode. They don't want no damn achievements. The boss battles should be in there from the start. Once you beat a boss, that should then be added to that list, and then we can fight that boss, complete it, and then we get the tick, and then we wait to find the next boss. Like world bosses in Final Fantasy VII were great because you finished the game, you beat Sephiroth, really challenging challenge to do, about 80 hours. Once you beat Sephiroth, there's 4 major, I can't remember what they're called now, they're like Omega bosses. Once you beat those Omega bosses, you're going to then gain, like, they're really hard, but you're going to gain the ultimate, they were like, what they called, oh, fuck, what they called? It's been a long time. The balls of power. I can't remember. Elements. They were like elemental balls. You gained the ultimate one in the game, and you had to beat all 4 to gain all elements, and then, you know, all was good. That was actually worth doing because without getting to the end game, beating Sephiroth, you never even saw them bosses, and that's what made it really, you know, care. That's why the game was so successful, because it wasn't just ending the game's story and then being done. And what you just said was that this game's going to end its game story and then be done. You're going to get hard mode, you're going to get boss battles, and then you don't really care about the player after that. That sucks. That's that's not good. Because just on first impressions, if someone says, you know, that is the way we're going with it, instant reaction is that sucks. Like, again, I don't know if criticism in the dev department is as prominent as that. I don't know if people are allowed to say something sucks, but the general public will definitely voice that opinion for sure. Yeah, that's. And how many hours of the game? Do you know how many hours in total from now where I'm playing to end game? Because yeah, the first boss is great. We know this, but then, like, how many hours of gameplay do we have left? Thank you for the Discord invite. I will join. Warframe players of 13 years here. I have that Warframe was... Hang on. You've been playing Warframe for 13 years. I know what Warframe was in the early days. But it wasn't bad. It was, again, it was... Do you know what? Warframe, even though it was bad, always had something to draw me back in with. It always felt like I should play some Warframe, you know? And it's like a month later, 2 months later, I was always firing it back up, getting in, but I didn't play it for very long because it was really bad. Do you know what really got me? I think I'd left it for about 5 years. And when I came back in, that freaking intro story, the way it sets up the scene, the way you get your first Tenno outfit, damn, like, so good that it just got me. And I was like, that's it. I'm now playing Warframe. I now play Warframe. And that's where it got me. They didn't have any of that. The story was whack. The acting was trash. The gameplay was broken. And it just felt off. Hey. Yes. Okay, that was cool. I like this little fart float that we got. That's pretty cool. I hit him in the foot and he did a backflip. Ooh. Rather than using that, I'd like to be able to sell it or dismantle it and take parts off it for something else. That would be a cool idea. Again, add into that end game. You can find stuff, take it apart, build new things. You know, having like a Lego box at your disposal would be cool. Second dream hook, line, and sinker. You can. What are we talking about here? What we can? What? Well, you can disable the weapons and sell them. There is sieges at certain castles where you can liberate them or sub-boss fights. That sounds cool. Okay, that sounds cool. You can dismantle them. Oh, sweet. Yes. Good. Like, there was an instance in Warframe. I'll give you another example of why that game worked and this one should follow suit. Trying to get the Rhino skin. Do you remember the Rhino skin? So the Rhino skin was a hardened armor that you get from Warframe, and some of you will know, some of you won't, by attacking certain elements of a boss and waiting for drops that he would do. And I had to beat that boss like 5 times, 6 times maybe, to get all the parts I needed. And then I would go back to my ship and I would then use blueprints, I think, to make those parts. And then you have to put all the parts together. And then once you've done that, you get the Rhino skin. It felt so rewarding, yet grindy to do it. And it took me a good sort of couple days, I think, of grinding to get it. But I felt so rewarded by it because the skin was freaking awesome. I was a new player that needed more armor, and now I have it. It was all free, and the content was actually fun to do, even though I knew it was padding. I knew it was grindy, but at the same time, it was just fun because the gameplay was fun. This game has fun gameplay. You just need to bring some of that padding in, some of that grindiness, but then give good rewards at the end of it, you know, make it worth it. And then the end game would be great, you know, like running around in here, maybe like put some elements where we can chop trees to get certain wood out of it, or have some like, you know, ideas where we can like maybe even get into like rock faces, you know, certain rocks can be destroyed. Inside that rock is a diamond that we need to put into something else. Little bits like this, you know, that just make the world a little bit more than just pressing X and picking stuff up. It would be a little bit nicer to play from a Warframe player going into this. Every weapon has 10 traits that drops randomly, sometimes multiple, and dismantling it allows you to customize your weapons. That sounds great. Again, that sounds great. But having like there was a world boss, right? So on one of the planets, you go to a world boss, you beat him like 5-6 times, he drops different loot, then you put the loot together to make an armor. That whole gameplay pattern is what Warframe is built on. Its essential sort of attraction to most players is that. And I think that should be implemented in this. It might already be, but for me, I'm not seeing it. I'm just seeing RPG story, and I'm just seeing like, you know, like I say, I do think the gameplay is wicked, but the overall idea behind it, I think it's a little bit shallow. It doesn't really feel like it's got a lot of depth. But we'll see. We're going to crack on. I'm enjoying it. I talk a lot. I apologise. I voice all my opinions so that I can cut them down later. Use a life elixir. Oi, oi. That holds. On your head, son. Shame the England team didn't do that last night. Oosh. Nice. That was cool. I like the way it's stuck in his bonds. These were a cool design. I remember these. Oh, is it P guy? It's the guy that looks like a runner bean. Where is he? There he is. How are we going to get him out? Do we have to shoot it?
Give me a hand, would you?
I love this guy.
Boy, sons of...
I forgot about him.
We waited to get that out for days. You here looking for that
Avocot.
monstered up stag, I bet.
What a legend. Same, but different. It's almost the same like in... What the fuck? Oh, hang on. Did I miss something now? Hey, Reed. All right, bro. Calm yourself. What do you mean? It's almost... Oh, it's almost the same like in... What the fuck? Same, but different. I don't know what you mean. Did I say that, or I don't know where you're going with that? There's two different things. You said every weapon, 10 traits drop randomly, sometimes multiple, dismantle them. So it's kind of like the same idea, but I don't know what you mean by same. Oh, not what the fuck? Warframe. It's almost the same as Warframe. I disagree. I've not seen any of it. The game takes too long to start then. because I've been through this twice, and every time I come in, because I'm now on Linux, it's reset, so I'm having to play through it again. Armor drops in pieces in world bosses. Okay, sweet. I'll take your word for it, and we're going to find out. I intend to do a full playthrough now. Like, now I'm on Linux with this. I'm just going to run it like every so often and get through it, because I feel like a full playthrough to really understand everything and then sort of speak educatedly by the end game on it. But by which time you should have some updates. When's the game due for release? Do you know? Do we have some sort of rough date?
Your problem is from the ground. The glade's all
I love his voice. He sounds like a 18th century chimney sweep.
for you. I've got one stashed down in Durham.
I remember saying he was the best voice actor in the game so far, hands down. I need a kerchief.
Need these sludge spewers to get
Kerchief.
on. Can't get a breath in edgewise.
I think there are so many aspects in the game which speak to different demographics. Well, there's some PR speak right there, bro. Yeah, I mean, you're right. You're correct.
Story, really?
Again, I say it time and time again. Warframe is for the bros, and Soulframe is for the, without being offensive, the H word. So it's a common way of saying it, but it is. It's male and female flipped. You have the option of female in the male one. You have option of male. Well, you don't, but you will do. So the comments say of male in the female version. And I don't dislike the game. I think it actually caters for both. I don't feel like it's in any way offensive, and I don't feel like it's in any way attacking my manhood by playing it. So I would play it. And the overall themes of it are quite nice. I like Skyrim, you know, I'm okay with fantasy. As long as they don't take it too far, where everything's just named a load of gibberish and all the places you can never remember because they're called such nonsense. I do find that hard with Warframe. A lot of the places are got such gibberish names and have such gibberish characters in them that you can't always remember that sort of stuff. So it's hard to actually talk about a lot of Warframe stuff with your friends because it's such nonsense names, or you've just forgotten. You know, they're not memorable places or names. And I think keeping your game relatable to people is way more important than trying to be clever. You know, just keep it basic. I love the Princess Monaco vibes. I wouldn't go that far. I wouldn't even go close to that. Something like Spirited Away, Princess Monaco, you know, I don't think maybe that's what you guys were thinking, you know, out there, but the devs maybe have that in their mind, but I don't see it really. I can see, like, I get more of a sort of Morrowind vibe, if anything, but then maybe just because, you know, I've played Morrowind and it's a video game, whereas, you know, you're referring to animes right now. No date. Steam release is planned for next year. Oh, well, that's good. I like the fact you're holding it back, but it seems like it's doing okay. Like, this would be, you know, I don't have a problem with it. It works on Linux. It's running well. No glitches or bugs. The bird's a bit jank. The bird's always been a bit jank. But, like, I think this would run on a Steam Deck. I don't have one to tell. I do have a, whatever this is, a Lenovo Go S or whatever, you know, one of these things. And I do think it would run, it's got Steam OS on it. And I do think it would run pretty well with that. That's a Z2 processor, 16 gig RAM. And I think it's got the Z2 graphics chip inside it. So it's like a, what they used to call them low profile, but they're not low profile anymore. So yeah, it's power efficient. It does about 4 hours. And in 4 hours of this game, for someone who's only gaming on one of them, it's going to blow them away. Like, look at the lighting, look at the trees, look at the winds, you know, all of this is just great. And I think in a handheld, it's going to look even crisper, even sharper. And the bigger the telly, obviously, the more it blows out. So I think on a handheld, this game's perfect. And that's your target market. Personally, I know a hell of a lot of people with these devices. They're cheaper than a PC. Most people buy them because I think this one retails about $450. And it does what my PC does to a degree. So they can play all the latest games, Cyberpunk, 60 frames most of the time on like medium to high settings. You can't tell when it's on a small screen. So people love it. So I think that's going to be a little bit of the future look to where things are going. And I think Linux is damn sure going to be the future when it comes to OSs and people using, you know, just makes so much sense that people would use Linux. You can use it on a 13-inch, you know, laptop that's 20 years old, or you can use it on a brand new top of the range system, and it just works out the box. Ooh, here we go. I feel really overpowered at this point in the game. And it is a new, it's my character, but it's in a new, it's like it's been reset. So I think I'm just overpowered for this part of the game, maybe. That doesn't have my save. I guess it saves locally. I think that's probably what's happened now. Ooh, okay. That's a nice sound effect. It's officially in pre-alpha stage. Yep, I think it should work pretty well due to the efficiency engine. It's built on Unreal 5, right? I freaking love the Princess Monaco vibes. Again, it is, yeah, it's pretty. I'll give it that, it's pretty. But yeah, I do feel it's something more, more taste into. Again, it's got that Warframe look and feel to it. It's still got the DNA. This bird, where's it going now? Okay, I was just there. Don't want me to talk to him anymore. Seek the Neef. The Neef? Ah, go down the hole. No full damage, sweet. I remember this. Yeah, this was sick. Dumac. I've probably not played this game for about 4 to 6 months, so I'm a little bit rusty. Is that sneaky loading screen now? Close one door to open another. Oh yeah. So many good lighting effects and things to see. I'm trying to get back to where I was, which was just past the first boss.
The Fire King, Fenjodar, built this place, the under city of Dermak.
Aye, aye.
The old traps, sharp as ever.
Alright, bottleneck him in. I don't even see him. Oh, they're up there. Really nice touch was putting little glowy spots on the arrows. I enjoyed that the first time I saw it. Yeah, and it lets you know where you've hit. In-house engine, same engine like Warframe uses. Oh, nice. I didn't know that. Do you know what? I'm going to be rude here. It does look like Unreal 5. That's really crazy to think. I can kind of understand why you would use that engine because it's a great engine. And so much better to have your own engine as well, especially if you've got like a technical knowledge of it and a few team working on it all the time. Yeah, I mean, that just explains why it's so compatible with everything. Because Warframe, I use Warframe on everything. I can run that on Linux, I can run it on Windows, it plays fine every time. It's weird that the text is cut off at the top of my screen. Is it on a stream? What are we talking about there? He's got a little pop-pop. Who's got a little... Oh, the green man. Yeah, sorry, I was just chat. Yeah.
Scour every yard of that tomb and
Lady Diarrhea.
These histories must burn, or more grooms will come.
She wasn't my favourite character, that's for sure. Oosh. Do you know what I want to see later on in the game? Like, because obviously the story's kind of been done, right? can't really redo that too much. And I could kind of put up with it if we have a really evil, scary male is it protagonist? Antagonist. Like Kang. Now, I don't know if you guys know Kang, but if you watch the Ant-Man movie, Quantum something or other, Quantum Realm, he's the coloured guy in that, Kang. He's a British guy, and I thought he was one of the most interesting, without even trying, bad guys that we've had in a Marvel movie. Way better than Thanos. And I mean, I don't want to go into like why he got the sack and that, but like he was great because he was actually scary. You know, he's not necessarily buff, he's not necessarily powerful. He just has the ability to want to destroy everything. You could believe that he wanted to destroy. He was the best thing in the movie, hands down. We need something like that at Endgame. We need a guy that just wants to watch the world burn like the Joker. And that will then drive people to hate him, but love him. Get a great voice actor on him, and oh my days, I would be just set. There's a couple. I mean, again, Warframe. Like I mentioned, that original intro, it's so good because of the bad guy. You know, the guy that looks like a burnt prune. He actually looks like he just wants to watch the world burn. And then I have a purpose. I have a purpose. I'm dressed as a Power Ranger. Let's go. I'm going to save the day. If you find the time, you really should watch the Tenacon demo. I will definitely do it. I might even do it live. Who knows? I might even watch it live and give opinions that way.
Big legs. Oi, leggy.
Leggy. There you are. How did you get here? That's not the same one.
Sludge. The cans are
It's my mate.
everywhere. I was going to show you the vault, but I'm good here.
He sounds like a cab driver I had in Liverpool Street the other day.
You can't miss it. Let's see.
The man who will do anything for money, Ben Starr, is the antagonist they introduced. Ben Starr. Let me take a little look at this. He'll do anything for money. Is that like, are you allowed to say that? Let's have a look. Ben Starr. Double R, is it? Yeah. Rough Riders. Ben Starr. I'm going to put Soulframe to see what comes up. Ben Starr. And there's artwork in a minute for Tenacon 26 demo. It says the darkest soul frame ever. Now that woman you're using as your centerpiece only appeals to women. That only appeals to women. That is one ugly bitch you're using right now. I don't know if she's I don't know if she's like part of their crew, but that is an awful face right now. And again, they did the same with God of War. The new God of War, I mean, that is some fucking shit right there. Nobody's going to buy that. And you can see it coming a mile away. And yet they don't ever take any notice of the general dudes. Do you know what I mean? The general dudes on the street, no, just ask them, do you want this? And they go, nah, fuck that. Oh, I won't make it then. Do you know what I mean? You're making shit for people that don't want it. Like, bro, that doesn't appeal to me to buy the game or get interested in it at all. That just looks like some angry sort of school teacher, you know, generic mum down the school, you know, single mother type. All mad. They're all mad. Okay, man's got a bare square jaw, boy. Who is Ben Starr all of a sudden? Why do I not know this dude? Ben Starr talks about everything except Claire Obscure. Okay. That's a game I avoided like the plague as well. A lot of people raved about that. Bob says he does do anything for money. It's a matter of taste, mate. You're not wrong. It is a perspective. All opinions are from my perspective, and you have your perspective and your opinions, and greatly so. But I'm good at looking at both sides. If you say something to me, I can go, all right, well, let me look at it from now. Yeah, I can kind of see your point, but I still don't fully agree with this. You know, you can't just, you know, I don't want to listen to that. I'm going to do that, because then that turns into God of War, and God of War is going to, yeah. God of War again, nowhere, bro. That's going to skin out. I mean, Sony themselves have fucked their reputation to the point where their PS6 isn't probably going to happen. And even if it did happen, I fucking wouldn't buy it. And I know that the Sony reps that put these games out, I've been sponsored by Sony, I've been sponsored by Xbox, I've worked with the best of them. I know devs in companies from Square Enix all the way down to the indie devs, right? I speak to them all the time. I'm quite a nice dude. I get on with most people. The whole idea of just having an idea in your head and running with it is so crazy to me that we need to weed out that mindset in a lot of companies. And I am not saying that Warframe or you know, the Tenacon guys or anyone like that is like that, but there is definitely a massive disconnect between the departments. I feel like the team's on one team, the team's on the other team, and whenever you have that, we had that with Xbox, we had that with PlayStation, it always ends bad because the teams end up competing or going head to head or trying to do the complete opposite to spite the fans of the other thing. You know, Star Wars, for instance. You don't want this to happen, because if this happens, then it brings everybody down. It takes the Warframe down, it takes the Tenacons away, it hurts the entire, and we don't want to see that here. And I think that's the buzz that, not I'm just talking, I'm hearing it. I'm hearing it from people that I won't play that because it looks like this. Do you see what I'm saying? Like the vibe on the street is, the game looks a little bit like it could go this. So, you know, take from that what you will. Pinch of salt, but it's the vibe on the street, and the vibe on the street is real. It's in the air, right? It's in people's opinions when they see a picture in a magazine, when they hear something on the internet, when YouTubers talk, you know, and they're listening. There's a vibe out there, and the vibe for a lot at the moment is that you know, the overall opinion of women is down. Not all women, again, there is great women out there. My partner is a great woman, but the overall vibe of women is down. Women are really sort of letting themselves drop now to a level where men are starting to check out, and we don't want to see them or hear them, and we don't want to watch them on movies, and we don't back them. Look, all the Marvel movies that feature women, they're not as good selling as the ones that feature men as well. Because we go to see the dudes, we don't go to see those types of women. So the overall world opinion of the Western world on women is down. The Western world on ethnic groups and political correctness and inclusion with exclusion is down. And the people that everybody's targeting and not noticing it's them who's doing it is the dudes like me. It's the blue-eye white guy that has the buying power that you personally would attack in certain aspects because you want to kind of make yourself justified. You want to say, well, just because it's got women in it, you didn't like it, or just because it's got a black, you know, a protagonist, you didn't want to get involved. It's not that at all. It's not that at all. Some of my favorite of things of all time are from the sort of urban side and the ethnic groups and women. I mean, Ripley in Aliens is my all-time dream woman. You know, Whitney Houston is my all-time greatest singer. I have mixed race child. I am not by any means locked into any sort of racism, bigotry or anything, but I hear the buzz and I see the world and I take it all in from both perspectives. And I know that if you do anything going forward in today's time, you're going to have to really start dialing back some of that message that is happening, you know, to get sales. And whether you like it or not, that's where your money comes from. You got to, you know, I don't want to play, let's say, a game full time. It would suck, but my channel would grow. I'd get a lot more viewers, and they'd be interested in that thing. If I just played Warframe, I could build an audience on Warframe. But I don't, because I've got ADD and I get bored really quick. And that's what's happening. These people are saying, well, you've got this and we're going to make it and you're going to like it. And then people go, well, I don't like it, so I'm not going to pay for it. And then they go broke. And then they go, well, it's all your fault. It's not our fault. It's your fault. You didn't listen. Kathleen Kennedy and Piers overstretched it a bit. I agree. Yeah, again, using one person's name is hard for me. I can't just say Kathleen Kennedy. but I get what you're saying. I think it's, do you know what? We used to have working man's clubs. Back in the day in the 80s, there was something called working man's clubs. You go to work all day, you come home, you have dinner with the missus and the kids, and when the kids go to bed, you used to go off to a working man's club and have a couple bevies with your mates, probably people you work with, or maybe only see, other people's partners. So like other women's men would come and meet you and you'd all get together. And women started invading that space in about the 90s. In the 90s, things changed. Women started coming with their kids, become a family thing. Now, the only thing you find in working man's clubs, which they call social clubs, is women with kids. The men got pushed right out, and not because they got pushed out, but because they chose to leave. They were like, "Oh, this ain't fun after work, screaming kids and women moaning. I'm gonna go somewhere else." And the truth of the matter is, that's what happens. If you let women infest everything, they will. They want to play football now. They want, and more power to them. But fuck me, have you seen women's football? Have you seen women's football? It's like, yeah, go ahead, have a game. But I wouldn't say it was a career. Like, we're built different, biologically, mentally. Again, men think literally with lateral thinking. Women think emotionally with emotional thinking. There is good and bad in both. There is arsehole men and there is twatty women, and there is great women and there is great men. And overall, it's very litified. I'm trying not to get into it, but my opinions are just very casual about things. And I get sad when I see things, and I get mad when I see things. And it's up to what the person puts out, what makes me sad or mad. And I think this company is on the right track because they're starting great. I think that this game could be greatness, but I haven't seen enough of it to talk educatedly about it. But what I will say is, from what I've seen and played today and in previous live streams, I did get mad at some of the characters. I did think, why this doesn't make any sense? Why you keep talking to me? Why when I'm running around you keep yabbing in my ear? There is some decisions here that only a woman would make, and I don't care who says what about what. It's definitely a woman who thought it was a good idea to put video games talking to you while you're trying to figure something out. You're trying to figure a puzzle out. Now the woman's yapping in your ear. That doesn't make any sense. They do it all the time. They do it in AI robotic voices. They do it in radio transmissions. They do it in headsets. You cannot go into a game and not have a woman yapping. And I don't know why. I realize that Linux users and Linux content are generally manipulative, shaming Windows users with words like spyware, slop, bloat. Yeah, not me. I don't do that. Again, I'm using Linux because I love Linux. I don't use Linux because I hate Windows. I dislike Windows for sure, but I don't go slagging it off. Like, I use Windows, for instance, on my laptop to travel and edit, because it's so much more reliable than taking a Linux version where I have to use some third sort of, I call them low rent editing program to do the same job. I purchase my stuff. I use something through Steam to edit my videos, and it's always been reliable, and I love Windows for that fact. But do I love Windows because I bought something through Steam and it works well? No. I hate Windows, but I love the programs that run on it. And again, Photoshop being one of them, I use that a lot. I use a lot of the AI to do like thumbnails and stuff now, which again, I hate AI, but I like the usability of AI. So there's for and against in most things. They advocate for freedom whilst using psychologically manipulate others. I mean, maybe, I don't know who you're watching. Maybe you're talking about me there. I don't know. I've never really felt that I do that. Linux is not that big a deal to me. It's either you like it or you don't. If I can recommend it to you, you can go try it out. If you don't want to try it out, don't. If you don't want to listen to me, don't. But like, at the end of the day, I'm having a great time with it. I've been using it 8 months. Perfectly fine. I've now switched 3 of my 5 systems over to Linux just on personal preference. This runs SteamOS out the box, which is nice to see that Linux is being pushed that way, because SteamOS is essentially just Linux with Steam's Proton baked into it, which is really cool. Yeah, I think Linux has a cool factor, whereas Windows doesn't have a cool factor. Windows is just necessary, and that's not good enough anymore. I think Windows, You've got to understand how Windows works and what it is. They sell you Windows at a price tag to spy on you and everyone who uses it. It doesn't make any sense anymore. It's like we're not buying an OS, we're renting a spyware. Now you say that Linux say that they have bloatware, it's slop and all of this. You can't really disprove it either, because you've only got to switch your Windows on and go to the store to see what is actually installed that you can't remove, that you can't protect, that you can't disable, to know that something's strange. If you go into Linux and you go to your task manager, you're going to see what's running and it's all clearly there, and you could turn everything off until the thing breaks. You know, you could break the system and then it'll reboot and you have to start again. But you can't do it with Windows. You can go in, you can change logs, you can even download programs like Tron, and you can actually dig out the internals of your Windows, chuck it away and disable updates, and still it exists. Still it runs in the background. Whether you want to believe it or not, I don't mind, but I've seen it. I've checked it. I've looked into it. I've been doing this a long time. I've been a big advocate for the backtrack system back in the day, which is a spying. Well, it's not. It's a security conscious version of Linux. Let's say that. That would be the best way to say it. You are proving my point. Well, no, it's only because you brought it up. You asked the question. I'm going to switch now because I think my battery might be dead. I'm not trying to prove the point. I'm telling you why I don't like it. I'm not advocating for it. I'm not out here shouting about it. You brought it up. We're talking about it. This is why I don't use it. All lies. Okay. Well, I mean, I like what I like. You like what you like. You're welcome to use Windows. I don't know why you want me to comment on it. I use Linux because I like Linux. I enjoy Linux. When I turn Linux on, I feel like I breathe easy. I'm like, yeah, this is cool. You know, I like being in here. When I turn Windows on, it's like, once I close the pop-ups, once I get rid of the other stuff that loads that you can't turn off on Start Manager, once I get a system where I want it, which takes about, to be honest, a couple minutes, I'm okay with it. But it's only on laptops. I don't really like it on desktops, personally. How about I called that a Windows skill issue? Well, no, it wouldn't be a skill issue, mate. I've been around since when my first Windows 95, and even before that I had an Amiga 500. So I was there at the dawn of time. If Linux like to say skill issue so much, I'm going to say it back, and you have skill issues on Windows. No, I don't say that. When have I ever said that Windows users have a skill issue? I don't think I said that. This is a weird conversation to be having, bro. I don't think I'm your guy. I'm not advocating for Linux, believe me. I just use it. And if you watch me or you hang out with me anywhere, you know, you're on my Discord, you're going to hear Linux because that's, oh, it works great on Linux, or it plays great on Linux. Not everything plays great on Linux. There is a lot more gaming options in my Steam library. I think it's about 1,800 games, yeah, that work with Windows. But ones that work with Linux is about 1,300. So I lose about access to 500 games, and I still choose Linux. So that says a lot in itself in weight. I would rather lose 500 games access and play it on here, because those games will lose players. And those games, the more people come over to Linux, there's 40% of us right now, they'll lose player base, and then they'll have to change to Linux, which means they'll have to get rid of intrusive CPU anti-cheat, which is not a bad thing. That's for your ass. That's to protect you. Windows 11 is just bullcrap. They refuse to listen to their customers for roughly 10 years. Again, it's that what I was just talking about. It's that attitude of, we're going to build it, we're going to make it, and you're going to have it. And then we go, we don't want it. And then they go, yeah, but we're giving it to you. And then you go, all right, well, I won't use it then. And then they go, well, now it's your fault because you didn't use it, or you didn't pay for it, or you didn't buy it, or you didn't go see it. It's our fault because we don't want it. Do you know what I mean? That's a really shitty attitude to have. One of your manipulative Linux users showed up. Hey, I just met the guy. He's not one of my users, bro. It's not like I know him personally. It's not like I got an army of. Fuck me. I don't know where this is going. Right, back to the game. Where was I? Where's my bird? I'm walking. There he is. I appreciate your views though. Like I know there's a lot of defenders. Like if I was to say Xbox versus PlayStation or Mega Drive versus SNES, everyone's got an opinion, right? Everyone gets into it. And I kind of find it kind of cool because when I was at school on the playground, we used to argue all the time which one's better, 16-bit this and 32-bit that. The Jaguar's coming. Ain't no one seen nothing but the Jaguar. Jaguar come out as poop just because he got 32 bits and it weren't even a real 32 bits. People thought it was going to blow the world away and it didn't. You know, sometimes things underachieve, sometimes things greatly overachieve. And I think it's just the way of life. You know, you do you, enjoy yourself. I'll do me, I'll enjoy myself. I don't ask you to do what I do, but what I do, I win. So when I win, I'm happy winning. I don't want to lose. I don't want to do something someone else says because it always ends in bad taste in my mouth and it ends in like scummy sort of feeling. Like if someone says use Windows and promote Windows, here's 10 grand. I might say, well, 10 grand would be nice about now. So I might use Windows and promote it for a year. But I would always say this is a paid sponsor. This is what I'm doing. So then people understand that maybe, you know, I'm enjoying Windows because I'm paid to enjoy Windows. That could be a thing, right? So transparency is important. Trustability is important. And I think being honest, especially nowadays, is really important. So if you think it's coming across that I'm advocating for a company that I have no dealings with, I don't back Linux, they don't back me. I've used Fedora, I've used Mint, I've used Windows. I've been around since Windows 95. I enjoyed Windows 7 the best. I think Windows 7 is where they hit gold. Just because they fill it full of shit and they want to spy on you and they want to, and again, Android phones, for instance. This Android phone right here, I've got privacy on my cameras and I've got privacy on my front camera. They cannot see me. I don't use them. I've disabled as much as possible in the OS, but I am getting rid of my Android phone and going back to something simpler from like a 3310 or maybe even like a phone where I can put a Linux OS on it. You know, I'm looking into, I can't remember what it's called now. I think it's called Lineage, right? I'm looking into Lineage OS. Now you might say that that's against Android. I'm slagging off Android. I'm not. I'm just fed up with it. I'm fed up with things contacting me via pop-ups and notifications and messages. I really like to be left alone. I am a grumpy old man at heart, and that's, you know, just me. That's just what I do. I get fed up with things very easy. I don't like, I wouldn't, you know, I've got this theory. You might agree or disagree. I'm sure you're going to disagree. I have this way of life, and it's, if I wouldn't tell my neighbor, I'm damn sure not going to tell Android. I'm not going to tell Windows. I'm not going to tell anyone, right? If I don't want to have the conversation or give the ID or use the thumbprint, I've never done thumbprint scan, never done face scan. If I don't want to give it to my neighbor, I don't give it to you. Now, that can be just signing into a website. Some websites now, they don't just send me a code. They want blood test to get into my password because I forgot it. I just don't go in that website. You know, I'm very easy, just shut shit down. I'm done. Missed a lot of chat now. I'm going to have to go back a bit. That's not manipulating, mate. It's well-educated opinions. Again, on team. It does seem like that, though. You know what it is? It's like there's a thing even in the Linux community where a lot of people who use Arch Linux are against people who use Ubuntu, you know, because Ubuntu is seen as like the lesser form. It doesn't have as much functionality, or it can't have as much adaptability and customization ability, right? Whatever. It's like you just use what you use, you know, who cares? If it does the job, then why moan about it? I don't need to pick a fight with somebody who's doing it better. Now I have realized Linux users have Windows skill issue problem. I don't think so. I have the MCSE, but what do I know? I have the MCSE. What's that then? Linux users so uneducated that they don't know how to modify or customize Windows 11. Yeah, you lost me now. You lost me now. I'm out. I'm speaking to a plank of wood, unfortunately. I apologize. I gave effort to effort that didn't need to be given. He's a potato! Fucking hell, that's a statement and a half. Now I think about it, I think many Linux evangelists, that's a good word, I like that one. I've got dyslexia, so there's one for you. I'm dyslexic and I use Linux. What does that say? So everything is just down to people not knowing how to use Windows 11, is it? Okay, fair dues. But Bubs, he knows, he's the GOAT. I try. You have a cert that expires 5 years ago and you are so proud of it. A cert? I don't know what that means. Oh, the MS. Oh, yeah, my bad. Sorry, it's you two having a row, isn't it? He doesn't even clock what MCSE is. He said it's an old certification 5 years ago. Honestly, this is an eye for an eye. Linux users have been toxic for too long against Windows users. Yeah, but I'm not the Linux community. I don't know why you're bringing it to me. I hope you're not having a one-to-one pop. I don't care. I honestly don't care. Like, what you use is down to you, bro. Like, I don't know why you think I care that much. I use what works, and I use what I'm comfortable with, and I'm more comfortable with Linux, and I use it because it works. I don't worry about it. Now, is it perfect? No. I've said at the beginning of the stream, there is niggles with Linux. There always is. But do I care? It's not anything major. Whereas with Windows, like for instance, I have Windows on my media center, and that is now changing to Linux. I think I'm going to go with Mint or some variation of a Ubuntu system, because I want to run Kodi without any problems. Now, when you run Windows, Kodi sometimes has audio glitches, and you have to restart the PC or the media box, and then it works okay. That's not a technical issue. That's just, you expect Windows for £120 to do its fucking job, which is leave me alone and let me use my programs without interruptions or hassle. But what they do straight away is replace all your drivers with third-party drivers that they made. Then they can spy, listen, and do everything from them. And then what they do is tell you what you can and can't use. There's messages that pop up and say, you can't start this application. It's unsafe. Don't do that. I know it's safe because I know where I got it from. I know that I want to use it. I'm going to put it on. So Kodi, for instance, is a perfect app that doesn't like. And it doesn't like it because they want you to use Netflix or pay a TV license. So whatever. It's like, if you want to be governed and controlled, then go Windows. If you want a bit of freedom with what you do, go Linux. And again, it's not me boasting about Linux in any way, shape or form. I know Windows users like my mum who have a great time with Windows. My brother has a great time with Windows. I don't get involved. I don't preach to the choir as such. I think we're quite reasonable. I think most Linux users, if they've got a brain in their nut, are quite reasonable. I don't think we're bad people by any means. Maybe what you're hearing and what you've seen, maybe those people are being a bit manipulative and whatnot. But you can see me playing this game right now, and it is 100% running on Linux, running OBS, talking to you guys, having a great time. I don't have a problem. Why would I be on Windows? Why would I switch? What benefit does that give me? I get 120 frames. Whoa. Okie doke. I can bond with it. I bonded. Now it says unleash the rune with Q. What rune? Oh, Jesus. Yeah, my shot was awful there. I'm more curious about what's going on here. He's supposed to be there? Where was I? SystemND provides Google to some spying capabilities. You make me laugh. Linux users. I like that one. That's a good one. Ah dear. Linux users. I like that. I'm gonna use. I'm taxing that. That's mine now. I'm using that, bro. Again, I'll offend crazy Linux users with your own insults. I like that. SystemMD provides Google with some spying capabilities. Yeah, I mean, the longer you have a Windows active and the more stuff you've installed, uninstalled, installed, you're going to end up with a bunch of like baggage. And that baggage can still spy, can still look. I mean, again, spying's not my real concern because I don't do anything. But like what I am concerned about is my privacy. It's if I don't want to tell my neighbor, I'm not telling you. And that's it. Being crippled when using and choosing software is freedom. No, I'm not crippled though. That's the funny thing. I can run Roblox, I can run Minecraft, I can run anything with a launcher, i.e. this. So if I go to a website, download a launcher, I can run it. It has a great new Photoshop alternative. It's not quite there yet, but it's getting now. I can't remember the name of it, but you know, I'm not really training myself on it yet. I'm still using Photoshop. You can install a lot of Windows apps via bottles, which is just a little sort of, think of it like a containment. You contain it, you install your Windows app like GOG games, and then away you go. It's very easy, very simple. With a little bit of reading and a bit of a brain, you can run Linux as you do with Windows. I don't do anything on this computer that I don't do on Windows, and vice versa. I can do both, but I choose this because it runs less resources on the RAM. It doesn't do anything I don't ask it to. It's not running anything in the background that could be potentially reaching out to another site and giving them information. I don't have anything on here other than a antivirus firewall that comes built in and the Flatpak store. I don't go on the internet to get my apps. I go on Flatpak store because once you go to Google, you are already being tracked by cookies. So if you like cookies, then go for it. If you're a cookie muncher, then go for it. But like, I don't really want to use Windows at all, but there is certain use cases that I'm stuck with. Heck, Linus, Ubuntu, Fedora. Oh, do you mean Linux? But Ubuntu, Fedora all drank the AI Kool-Aid. I don't know what you mean. I don't know. I mean, I don't use AI in my system, nor does AI run in my system. Don't know what that means. I don't use Ubuntu, but this is I use Linux Mint, which is a build of Ubuntu. So surely that would have AI. You play the part of a basement dwelling, Windows user hating, Linux tard. Linux tard. I don't know about a basement dwelling. Like, this is a bedroom. It's a studio bedroom. And it's fully decked out with soundproofing and everything. I don't know about no basement. I'm out. I'm always out. I'm very active. I get pussy every day. I have drinks every day. I have a great time every day. I don't have any problems. Whatever. Not to, you know, yank my own plank, but I don't worry about a single fucking thing. I ain't had a bill at my door forever. I never get post. Nobody ever bothers me. I don't have any problems. My life is great. Well, as good or great as I want it to be. Do you know what I mean? It doesn't actually need any more. I'm not like one who needs everything. Again, I'm a very basic dude. I kind of live, you know, with the lesser what I need. Q. Wandering Soul is bound. Okay, I'm pressing that. It's not working. Hold Q reveals the Wandering Soul. Bound with left button. It's not working. Maybe I'm missing something. What else can we do? X? No. Okay, now I'm confusion. I can see the soul in there. That's creepy. So when I hold Q, so confused. Maybe I'm not being patient enough. It does like a hand movement, but it doesn't do anything. Hold Q and then press middle button to spry attack. I've done that already. Very well. YouTube spies on you, Google spies on you, and think removing Windows is something significant. No, I didn't. I didn't remove Windows for that reason. I just told you why people say to me they don't like Windows and why I don't like Windows, but I didn't say that I got rid of it for Linux. I got rid of Windows because I've been a Linux user from day one. I've been using Backtrack, Backtrack 2, Backtrack 4. I did some war driving back in the days. You know, I know Linux in and out, but that was old Linux with the kernel and the pop-up box. You know, we used to pop a box outside someone's house and like have a nose around, right? So that sort of technology I was always like enjoying. I was enjoying hacking routers and getting Wi-Fi dongles to like things like, you know, these like Wi-Fi dongles to like scan for packets and stuff. Like I've always been into that scene. Again, I'm not dumb. I know technology in and out. I have hot modded consoles. I've soft modded consoles. I know technology quite well. And when I used to jailbreak the original iPhones for people, you know, I know stuff. So when it comes to going to Linux, that was just a waiting period. I was always waiting to switch. I never say that Windows is bad for you. You crack on. But for me, I was always just waiting for it to go away. Bottles is a crippled program. I don't know that to be true. I've used it successfully to play all of my Stalker games. So, and Stalker mods. I mod all of my games with Bottles and Mod Manager. So that works well. I tried it, shit the bed, and anything more complicated than drawing a window. What? I tried it, it shit the bed doing any, well, that's your hardware, bro. If you're using an NVIDIA card, then you're probably going to have problems. You want a Radeon card, graphics card, and you want an AMD system. That's what Linux is really fundamentally going to run sweet on. So if you don't have those things, then you're probably sort of going an uphill struggle at the beginning, you know. I would never install Linux on a Intel system with a NVIDIA graphics card. That's just mental. It's got known process bugs, not important for quest completion. Oh, it's just a bug. Okay, my bad. So I can just fuck it off. I'm glad you said that. But how do we progress to the next journal entry? Nightfolds. Spoils. Now to the skies of Midra. Okay, let's do that. Alrighty then, we're in. See my spin move there? Okay, do we have any upgrades? We're level 18 right now, so that's going well. What do I want to upgrade? I've got 2 points. I don't really like the powder thing. Cast the Veil magic sticks to hide you from the foes. So basically invisibility. Okay, we've got pickpocket. And we've got grounded. That's that for that. And then we've got this one here. Go to the bowman. Do we have any points? No points for the bow. It's already equipped. Okay, now checking the journal there. There was another one. Grand Fable. Here we go. So the Omen Stag must be saved. Perhaps you will learn a rune on your way. Crypt of rune. Okay, let's see if we got a rune. Where's the runes? Shield. Talisman. Okay, this has got to be the rune, is it? Virtues. That's not it. That's not it. Where's my runery? Okay. Helm, baby, helm. Maybe a rune goes to the weapon. Maybe it's one of those. Let's get this task complete. Bum, bum, bum. That's very weird. Just remember that this is the way how you collect the soul, but it's totally doable. NVIDIA driver proof is talking to you. Okay. When you critical hit a enemy, they will leave behind a soul. This power is... Oh, okay. So that's the rune, which we'll gain later on. Got a shit rig, and Path of Exiles runs better on Linux than on Windows. Oh, well, there you go. There's proof right now. If you got a shit rig, go with Linux and play Path of Exiles, which is a great game, by the way. Runes are modifications of your weapons. Yeah, that's what I thought. So it's in the weapon bit. So like here, there's a... No, hang on, not there. This little bit here. There you go. So this is a rune, so we need to get one. And I'm assuming he would have given us one had it not been bugged out.
Greetings and greetings.
Okay, so until I equipped a rune, he won't give me the... I got ya. Getting very hot. You know, the hottest time in the UK right now is between 1 and 3. It's absolutely sweltering. Too hot for me, and yet I wanted to live in Thailand eventually. So I'm giving that idea to... I'm thinking Cambodia. Cambodia's a nice place. Self some health. Like this, I'm now wondering, because we've gone out, maybe it works now. Even Q's a bit dodge on this bit. Proper bugged. Come on, baby. Yeah, it's not working. And my middle button doesn't do anything, by the way. Which is weird. I wonder if it's config. Take a look. Now, we did it before, but that was like part of the cutscene. Controller, customizable. Where's... Is it under this one? Oh, got you. Yeah, mouse button 2, mouse button F to use. Middle mouse button's not on here, is it? Yeah, that's a bit weird. Throw or recall? Switch. Weapon rune. Hang on, there was other settings there. Spectral sight. So mouse button 3, weapon rune that's down as. That's not the grapple, is it? Toggle crouch. That can go. I'm not seeing the lasso. I don't see which one it is. I have to... You got it on the first try, but something sprite view gets locked up. Oh, it's definitely a bug. Okay. Right, if you confirm it, then we'll leave it be. So I need to leave here now, right? To go fight some enemies to then pull out from them. Oh, how is that not? Ooh, there you go. That's better. Have a bit of that action. I got myself some loafers, I think. Look like a shoe. In a sludge. Oh, hang on. Another item now. Another dew spore. Da, 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 da. I think they need to tighten up that item pickup. It's quite delayed and you have to be standing dead still. That feels a bit off. What's this here? Oh, it's just a hole, is it? Items.
There's an old Dendrit belief that waterfalls signify abundance. Dead, and still my bladder haunts.
Okay, we've got this teleportation here. Pretty cool. This game, like Warframe, has next to no loading so far. Really good. Runes and modifications of your weapon. It's not sure that it provide you with one. Most likely you will have to kill the big guy for it, which is fine. What else do we need? He gives you a special sword with a timer. The sword is rune equipped. You got it on the first, but in some seconds you change the count as the guy. You follow the bird. Okay, bird. And he's off. You could be entering a dungeon again, get the guy to collect the soul. To weapon switch R. Again, he puts the weapon away on R and he gets it back out again. So I don't know if that's the same buttons as... It seems like I've got completely different buttons to you right now. Yes, we've got another teleport there. Run, Jimmy, run. Bro's got issues. No, he's alright. He's venting about his anger about YouTubers and other people talking about Windows. But again, that's a him issue, not a me issue. Don't bring your issue to me. I'll give you a tissue for your issue, but I don't need to care about it. You know, I don't really care whether you use Windows or Linux. The sword will use your secondary weapon slot. Okay, let's check it out. Inventory. Sword. Is this one of them things where I can't equip it here? I've got to go back to the Sleepy Hollow and do it. Okay, up and around. I bet this takes me back to where we was. I've got a feeling it's going to be a loop. I never had this problem with the first playthrough. This is a new problem to me. Which is weird that we would inherit a new problem instead of getting rid of them. Exit a dungeon to reset the guy. Okay, so go to what? This? I'd have to log out. I don't want to do that. What if it doesn't log me back in? Headshot. Nice. Shame none of these have runes in them. I can just take one out of there.
There's Gooooo among you. Synod will have me sky wheeled if his tribute is lightened. Find the Gooooo and send them back to the fires of Ka.
Yeah, what she said. I think there's a cave over there that we haven't been in. So much effort to go down and get that stuff. You can tab here. No, just go to exit and then go back in again. Right, okay. I closed it. Closed my game. And I don't know if that's going to start again because I don't know how I even got that started. I'm hoping for fudge that starts again. I knew I shouldn't have touched it. Oh, good thing is it's working. I just, you know what it was? I installed the game prior to coming to live, so I didn't actually know if it was going to work or not. I take very little time to get my shit to work before I come in stream. Ta-da! Bosh. Logs in. Oh, I have to put password in, which doesn't let me type. Okay, why is that doing that? I've got an issue where I can't type my password in. Is that because OBS is... Is that because OBS is recording that bit? Let me try and turn that off a minute. Let's do it that way. Okay, well that's great. So I'm going to have to write it somewhere and then copy and paste it. That, then that. I think that's it. It's going to be a variation of one or two things. Control C. You can't control V it either. Okay, that's not great. Now I've got to do a workaround. See, this is where I say Linux has niggles. This is not a compatible game with Linux at all, so you will get these things. Oh, it's hot. Yeah, it won't let me copy and paste it. What the hell? Okay, we'll try and reboot it. Maybe that works. Tab in the text box, maybe? No, I tried it. I will reboot again. I'm actually worried now I'm not going to be able to log in. Oh, I knew I shouldn't have touched it. The game's broke. It ain't my fault. I shouldn't have to do that. And why the launcher doesn't have a login that matches to the website, so you don't have to log into the actual game at all. That would make sense. I'm checking it now. There's no login inside it. You know, like the actual launcher box. Why that doesn't have a login in that, and then you don't have to log in the game. Just start the freaking game. Then this issue doesn't happen. I'm in the box. It's not letting me type. And I know what it is. It's because we started in windowed mode and I wondered why it was in windowed mode. And now I think I know. Because nothing fucking types in full screen mode yet. Right, I can change it in the settings to windowed mode, which I'm going to do. And then see if we can maybe type inside that window. Because it was full screen, right? So sometimes full screen with VSync on can cause problems with controllers. I've seen that before. So maybe it's doing it with the text. Hey, there you go. Fixed. Solving problems as we go. Now I've just got to remember my password. There you go. Boom. I'll get you back. Oh my God. There you go. So now what I need to do is make this full screen. I don't know what you're saying to me. Go away. Right, okay, here we can go back to full screen at 1080. And I'm also wondering if that's downgraded our visuals, because, you know, obviously you don't run decent visuals at that height. Not really. Motion blur's still off, which is good. Nobody likes motion blur. And do we have controller support? Wait for it to connect. Still needs battery. Right. I think we're back. So now you're saying I can get away with it. Now it should be fine. Right, for those who are curious, if you ever get logged out or have that problem where the game freezes or has any bugs, because it is early alpha right now, which I kind of feel like they're hiding behind. Early alpha does not mean that this game is in alpha. This game doesn't play like it's in alpha, but it does have some serious bugs, as you just saw. So to get around it, what I had to do was put the actual launcher into windowed mode, to boot window mode. Then I can go in and put my password in and then make it a large screen. That's how you get around it. That works. And I think just because it's full screen, it wasn't detecting the mouse cursor inside that box. So maybe if we can fix that, that would be a big thank you to the devs, because that sucks. Right, so now if we go back to that quest, go to journal. How do we get in there again? So does this tell me? Guessing so. Input device issue or controller maybe. No, controller's not connected and my inputs are the same inputs we've been using the whole time. I don't think it's that. Aye, aye. We've got a couple of dudes. Well, there's actually quite a lot of dudes. What I want to do here... Man. Oh, okay, that was a great reaction. Done now. Counter attack. Boom. Parried him like a mofo. Nice, there's one more thing. That was a nice bit of combat there, you know. I got bundled. I think there's still one left. From downtown. And that's your ass. I think I hit him in seed. Tab in text box. Maybe I tried it all, bro. You can't actually get in the text box once you're in that screen. It's like just the login. It's kind of like static. You can't actually do anything. So the only way you can get in there is by clicking it. And it was not accepting my left click because it was in full screen mode for some reason. Again, little bug there that hopefully the devs take notice of, because when it releases, you know, you're going to have a bunch of... Again, would you really want to cut out 40% of your Linux audience by not supporting Linux fully? Like, I never understood why some games, trying to think of one that like Scum, or not Scum, even better, Rust. Rust is one. It has very high anti-cheat for what it is. It's a fun game that people like to prat about in. So to have that sort of anti-cheat on, I guess, I don't know what it does, because most players don't play PvP. They play PvE. They start their own servers. They join empty servers. Most people I know play it for the crafting elements and the building elements and to prat about, not really to take PvP serious. So you should have PvP servers that have anti-cheat, but then you should also have normal servers that don't have anti-cheat. And then you can have Linux players, and you can also have players that just don't want anti-cheat on their system. Okay, I've got to concentrate here. He's got a little bit of a beast attitude going on. That's right, I'm behind you, bish. Take a level 20 all day long. Okay, a minute ago it sounded like a man. Now it sounds like a woman. At least make your mind up. Oosh. got a friend. He's got a friend. That's another thing. Like 90% of soldiers you fight are women, and I personally, in my real life, wouldn't stick a bow through a woman's eye. So I don't know why they feel like, you know, for the male players, we'd want to bust up women. That's not something I choose to do. It's something you're making me do, which is really weird why the rest of the game is such a freaking safe space. I'm going around shooting bows into women's faces and nobody cares. It's like, you can't have it both ways. Do you know what I mean? You can't have a safe space game and then have such aggression towards women. I shot her in the tits, for God's sake. And she's just standing there and taking it. That's how dapper she is. Oh, let's take out these dudes. I'm sure that was a dude last time I come back past here. Why are they invincible? Confused. Are they NPCs? I thought they were enemies. Okay, I'm hitting her, not him. Look, the hitbox is awful there. Nah, they got some loot though. Ooh, dirty. H. I mean, there's some equality there. That is whammons oppressing whammons that I just saved there. I suppose shooting a bad whammons in the eye is not a big deal. They don't even interact with you or anything. What are you doing?
A Gooooo.
Okay. We can bow the door open. It's definitely easier than Warframe. I don't care what anybody says. It's definitely scaled down from Warframe. Because you even get your health back after a while. As long as there's no combat initiated, it seems to just regain health. Brr. The design on the soldiers is nice though. Oh, ooh. Hand-to-hand combat with a bow, let's try it. Don't run. It works, because even if they block, I'm wondering if the archer's actually a little bit OP. Because even if they block, the archer gets through. But I guess if I was a swordsman or some sort of like warrior, I wouldn't have access to the bow maybe. Unless they're letting you play everybody as everybody. Which would be like a trait in this game, I would imagine. Ooh. My bows be dipping, bruh. Gotta build them up to get that straight. Oh, it's getting hot in here. How are we all doing today then? So what's the plan? Has everyone got just like chilling? Are we all off relaxing today? Is that a good one? We got any plans for tonight? Have you played the game? Are you planning to play the game more? Archery can be quite nasty. Crazy headshots, damage, etc. But I suck at that, so I use melee instead. Do you know what it was? I had a trend of about 20 years of my life just playing the warrior. PS2, PS3, you know, beyond that, Xbox 360. Always pick the warrior, the big bloke with a sword, and you know, all that. But like after a while, swacking stuff gets really old. So I just wanted to change, and I felt like archery gives me the distance that I need. And if I play, you know, like if this game had a necromancer mage, oh, I'd be in it. right? And he has to look gothic, but not weedy. He has to be like gothic, but dark, you know? If they had a necromancer class where I could raise skeletons and throw fire at people and stuff, so sick, I would be into it. But that's what I play in like Diablo, or if I want to play any sort of like ARPG, I'm going to be a necromancer class. So much more interesting than just a warrior or a barbarian, you know. They're cool classes, but they do get old. Okay, where's the bird gone? What's it doing? Oh, we at the drop. There was a drop round here somewhere, wasn't there? Keeps trying to go through the floor. I said it before and I say it again. That bird is fucking useless. What the hell is that? That looked like an oven-ready chicken with wings. And then all of a sudden the whammon shows up, of course, because they're everywhere. Starts shouting at me from a distance. We've got the dog who's got a disability. They put him in a pot for some reason. Shoot him in his ass. There you go. Get out of here. I've got to finish him, otherwise he might come back. Oh. He's gonna run up on me like that. Man's not scared. Right, now maybe it works. It's going through the floor again. Where's that little cubby hole? There was a little drop before. There it is. Hey, bosh. The bird should know where that is by now. Ah, that's a rune. Bat smile. Guess what the dark version of the player character is? Shut up. If this has got necromancer in it, I'm going to be down. What do you keep mentioning dark? Do you mean like there's a dark version? Is it like an expansion that's coming? Like what's dark about it? You say the dark version of the player character. You mean dark version of this guy? We've got alternate character skins, have we? I'm down for anything that's necromancy. No, we can't break that thing, and then it farts and disappears. All beans.
Do you feel that, envoy?
See, even though the game glitched, even though I had to log out and have all that nonsense, I came back in and now I've learned a little something new. I didn't know you could shoot that thing. I just kept jumping past it. And again, I should remember all this, but I don't. Which means the game's not that memorable. I only played it 6 months ago, and I remember, like, the boss. And I think that's the main bit most people remember. It will turn your attributes to the evil version of the virtues. And if I remember correctly, it has minion summons. Making a man moist. There you go, I pulled it. And then it crashed again. Oh, hang on, it says use middle button. None of that works. So is this now we can't move on? Or can I just go in and equip the... We can equip the runes still, right? Yeah, we've got a little waypoint. No. Oh, I thought you said we had a rune. So they changed it completely. You can use tab here. I'm very disappointed the game doesn't work. I'm not happy with that. It's very disappointing. How do we get the rune then? I thought you said we had one. The random rune drop can be any weapon type. Yeah, but how do we get it? Do you mean I have to fight things until they drop a rune? Because that's dry. How can you have a game out? I mean, I've had access to this game for about 4 to 6 months. And how can you still have that sort of bug where it just doesn't progress? Equip a different one and then check it's matching your weapon. You want me to equip a different weapon? Now I've got sidearm, which is cool. Or you want me to equip like this? No, it doesn't have it. I know what you mean. See if it comes with one. Wouldn't it tell me here if it's got a rune on it? Do you have to equip it just to see? Okay, that one lit up, look. That one's not normally blue. I guess that's just because it's the end of the weapon. That sucks. Can I just buy one? Can I sell my weapons and buy one? I'm disheartened, you know? No. Short and sweet, no. What's that? YouTube. Thank you for the links. Appreciate that. Don't know what these are. What to do with them. Make it a standard to check every weapon rack when you find, and then sometimes enemies will drop some. I'm just like a little bit sort of disappointed that you can't continue a quest line. That doesn't make the game look good at all, nor does it make me feel good about playing it. Because I don't want to play for hours and hours and hours and then end up getting stuck because there's a quest line that's broke, and then maybe my save gets janked because they have to fix the quest line. By the time I come in, it's all changed, you know? People get put off by things like that. So I definitely don't have a rune. That's what you're saying to me. There's no way of getting one, and unless I log out and log back in, even if I reset it, you just saw it broke twice. I don't think it's going to be good on a third go. It's a frustrating lockup indeed. Go to inventory. Yeah. Do we have a rune category? Fragments, miscellaneous, totems, runes. There you go, I got one. This is really, really annoying to me. The inventory I'm carrying. I can't equip the rune to my sword from here. I can't right click it and it gives me like 3 options. Equipped, drop, destroy. You know, why is it not got any options here? Then I can just go, well, I want it on the weapon I've got equipped. So I go to the rune, I go to equipped. It goes straight to that weapon that's in my inventory. And if I've got 2 weapons, maybe it asks me which one. Very simple. Don't have to keep laying on the floor and getting back up. There's a rune in a category, Mage Staff. Like, this is annoying. This isn't good. I used to like this because it looks cool, but it's actually slowing the gameplay down. Keep having to come in here just to switch weapon or just to put a rune in is nonsense. This bit ain't that great. This is stupid. This should be just for upgrades. Like, you can do this in here, fine. But like in the game, I should be able to hot swap. That's mental. Okay, it says it's in one of these, does it? But which one? Right, they're totems and only the middle one is a rune. Sure, I equipped all these already. Fuck's sake, this ball, again, it's just one annoyance. So this little ball here is too small compared to this ball. So I keep clicking the weapon. That needs to be, again, it's just stupidly done. I would say that you click the weapon and then the rune pops up rather than having this stupid little circle here that you're trying to hit. And I probably wouldn't even mention it, but I'm frustrated because the quest line didn't work. And now I'm just clicking around with not really any enthusiasm whatsoever to get this done because I just want to turn it off and go away. It's like F this game at this point. Well, I can't find it, and it is there because it's right here. It says unleash by holding Q and press the middle button. So that's my lasso thing. So it's not a rune. It's a move. You can buy it from the first faction. There are some convenience issues and upgrade system. Yes, definitely. And it's agenda too. I'm not even bothered about the upgrades. I'm bothered about this. This is some shit right here. This isn't looking good for me. Why can I not use my lasso as many times as I want? Once you unlock it, why is it now locked? Why can I not use it? I hold Q, I press the middle button, does nothing. Another lasso might work, you know? But then I've already lassoed it, so now it says press to bind, which doesn't work either. So what am I supposed to do now? Now to the skies of Madrar. I can't progress this. I'm not going to get any of this armor. Aye. It says unless the envoy can salvage both souls. Got bad in it. That's it. Oh, it did progress. Well, it didn't because the bird tells me to go back there. That's why I've been doing it. If I do that, he fucks off up there. Oh, okay, maybe it did. What? Okay, let's give it a go. I don't mind if I do that and they give me something. Got a new weapon. Oh shit. There he goes. No, he's not. He's having a spaz attack. Where are you going now? useful. Oh, this has been worse than my original 2 playthroughs. And I was mad in my original 2 playthroughs. This feels like I cannot go any further. Why is he just loitering here? Does he want me to go down? Does he want me to go underneath? What are you doing? See, he says go down, but then he just stays in that spot. Oh, really? The bird will lead you to the boss now. No, he fucking won't. I will guarantee you that bird ain't leading me nowhere. That's some bullshizzle right there. Yeah, we've just been up here. Oh my days. Concentrate on the icon and the compass. Okie dokie, so it says go up. Now I think I mentioned that earlier, that a little arrow above and a little arrow below would help out. It does actually have an arrow, so I'm going to retract that statement. But unfortunately the bird is scuffed to hell. That is, again, it's the worst idea. This is fucking annoying. Every 5 fucking minutes it gets on your nerves. That's ridiculous. I think you should turn the bird off. Unless you like really need it. Like, it's just, I don't want to use it as a functional feature. I want to use it as an interesting side bit rather than actually using it. Nice, nice, nice. Right, I'm on the level. We've lost the arrow. Now if we use him.
Send them back to the fires of Ka.
Here's some. Big head game. Bro, he's got a big one. The visibility around my guy in small tight spaces is quite like ridiculous. I think that's probably why you play as the warrior. Okay, now the text is actually in the right place. It doesn't clip out the top of the screen as well. So it does have its moments, this game, and I think, is it worth putting up with? I am on the fence. I am on the fence so far. I'm actually really frustrated that the quest line broke. Really frustrated that the bird doesn't work properly. At this stage, I know the game's due for next year, so they've got plenty of time to fix it. I'm not worried about that. I am worried though, however, this game has been out for 5 to 6 months and still, like, with access just to me. But beyond that, it's probably been accessed by other people even longer than that. But to not be in a really solid state on your, at least your intro, is a bit worrying. You know, it's in a way better place than Warframe ever was, so I'm not overly worried in the respect that the game won't be solidly and mechanically sound by the time it releases. But what I am worried about is you have a better start. You have all the resources you need. You have a great team that have loads of experience. What has happened here where things that are just being half-assed, left out to dry, you know, shunned? I don't know what you're doing. What are you doing with your days? Why is everybody not working on this? Why is this not top priority? Get the beginner experience done. What are they doing instead? coming up with more annoying voice lines to put in your ear hole while you're trying to play the game.
Arms entwined in sapphire blue,
That's cool.
but I cannot.
Okay, we released Bad Breath. I see the light, and the light was good. Yes, yeah.
The soul severed.
See, it would be breathtaking if this guy weren't now talking.
Now to find the aforementioned secret glade.
Oh, secret glade. Awesome.
Yes, I know it's not a real word.
Okay, the enemies are taking 2 hits now minimum. So we're getting a bit more closer to being on par. Can't one-shot everyone. Burn, baby, burn. See here, it's now forcing me to use the sparrow, even though I've got the icon. So I'm going to try not to use the sparrow as much as possible and see if we can actually get around without it. It does say go to a lower level, and it does say it's in front of us, so we'll see how we get on. I am experiencing some little bit of slowdown now. I think it's just because possibly the RAM is being rewritten, or you know, something on the technical side of it is being sort of built up as we go. The rest of the games we're running absolutely fine. I confirm 120 frames, and again with a little bit of niggles here and there. It's early alpha, can't really hold it against it. It's doing a good job. Like, it is holding my attention. Very pretty, great musical score. Voice acting, although annoying because there's so much of it, it's actually all right. Most of it's done pretty well. Again, there's no excuse for taste. So my tastes are not the person who put this woman in the game. You know, that taste is their taste, and they liked it when they put it in. They have the right to do that. It's their game. The problem is you don't want to shove too much of it in people's throat if it's not the consensus of the masses. If I say something, fine. But if the masses say it, and that's why they don't like it, and it becomes a little bit like, I don't know, like you feel like a feminized man playing it, you're probably going to find that people are going to walk away well quick. So we've got to sort of tone it down a bit, move it to the side a bit, just keep it in there, but keep it low key, and bring in some more buff, sort of gruff storylines for those who enjoy that sort of thing. I think women like it. My partner, for instance, she loves watching things like Conan and some of the old 80s movies, the action movies. You know, Lethal Weapon's one of her favorite movies. You know, she likes sort of men doing men stuff because she's attracted to men. You know, women who are attracted to women would obviously put a lot of women in the game that they see themselves as or attracted to that type. Men are not. Men are not attracted to same women that women are attracted to. Just not a thing. We find them plain, we find them ugly, we find them not attractive. And especially when women, they call it mansplaining. It's when women splain that we don't like. We like 60s women. We like women who were good housewives and could hold it down and also be really mentally strong, and like Ripley from Aliens, or, you know, who else am I thinking of? Tomb Raider. You know, these sorts of women are powerful women. That's who men like. We do not like the single mother down the school, or the singer wannabe, or the cringe long coat wearing woman who drinks coffee all day. We don't like school teacher women. You know, these are not women that men like. You know, proper men like proper women, and proper women don't know. Unfortunately, they're disappearing. Proper women are disappearing, and we're being replaced by soccer mums, and soccer mums suck. You know, they suck because they're soccer mums, and they shouldn't be painted as anything more than soccer mums. When you try and make a protagonist of your game, a soccer mum, it just cringe. It's so cringe. You've seen it so many times. Sony have tried it, Xbox have tried it, and if they can't do it, nobody can do it. Trust me. Don't think you're any different, right? So just because you've got an indie game that's coming out with a strong female lead, to you maybe, put it to the playtest. Let the dudes get hold of it. See what they say. And you might find that she's ugly, annoying, and not really what dudes want to play. And then you'll find that you have no money. Unfortunately. What? Horizon Zero Dawn was one. The first game sold really well. You can look this up for yourself. The second game, once they made her a lesbian, sold barely half. Why? Maybe men don't like lesbians when they want to play a game. Maybe I don't think when I get in from work, I know what I want to play tonight. A lesbian. Not just any lesbian. A freckly ginger lesbian. Oh. Shit like that's going to get me in trouble one day. But you know what I mean, though? It is true. It's biologically a fact. Certain audiences are certain ways. And certain ways like certain things. And that is why lesbians like certain types of women. And men don't like those women because we like the other type of women. They're lesbians for a reason. Right? They're lesbians for a reason. And we're straight for a reason. And that's okay. But there is certain types that men like to play as and sort of fantasize about in the game. You know, you want to build up your woman from a peasant to a really strong warrior. You want the XP gains there. You want the customizable outfits. You want the OP weapons, but you also want her to have a decent rack and a decent personality and only talk when necessary. Many enemies and a mini box. Or where was I here? Concentrate on the icon on the compass. That's what I'm doing. The bird initiates the waypoint issues and Warframe. Extraction only showing up. It's inherited from Warframe. Okay, I've never seen that in Warframe. I posted it in the feedback channel. It was confusing to me too. And I would have been frustrated as well. I'm glad you did that. I'm glad there's other voices out there with some common sense. They should have a straight celebration. Again, you know, why do we have a National Women's Day? And there is a National Man's Day, don't get me wrong, but like nobody fucking talks about it, do they? Nobody promotes it on YouTube. Nobody goes out and actually does anything for the poor man. You know, we have Father's Day, but nobody really gives a shiz. It's weird. It's like we're supposed to just deal with everything while everybody else makes a big fuss about everything else. It's like, if we keep letting you have your say and keep letting you do what you want to do, then you're just going to ruin everything. Because unfortunately, whether you want to admit it or not, men don't like women anymore because of women. Not because of men, not us being insecure. You know, Bubs, my partner, is very strong. You know, my previous partner was strong. And I don't go for weak women. I go for women that, yeah, like, I can work as a team with, that we can build, that we can create. I don't like women that want to do everything, you know? If you're a woman who has what they call a boss bitch, which is really gone off the rails. I mean, boss bitchery is another level now. You don't want it. Trust me. You women who think you want it, don't want it. You don't want to do what a man's done for the last 30 years because we don't like it. We don't. Why do you think I'm on YouTube? I don't want to work 12-hour shifts for 4 days a week or even 5 days a week and then be offered overtime on a Sunday. I don't want to do that to survive. And a lot of people do that to survive, and good luck to them because I've done it myself for years. But it is not the way forward. And I think if women want that role, then you're mad. You're absolutely insane. This one is for the bow. The big thing floating is slowing you down. Big thing floating? Did that just appear from nowhere, that loot? Hello? That was weird. You see this pickup? Look, again, it's a little bit jank. I'm not going to really harp on about it, but I think the radius of picking items up should be increased a little bit and also should be way more sensitive to pressing F. There seems to be like, I press F and sometimes it doesn't register and I go to press it again and then he picks the item up, so it's like a delay. Righty ho, so we are almost there. Ooh. Hello. Wow, okay, increased difficulty out of nowhere there, boys. Where am I going? Oh, yeah. Why is this? Is that my arm? What is that? Oh, it's so glitchy. What is that? It's my wicker. Should have. Yeah, I did that, did I? I think it was my arm. I think it was this pattern around my arm. That's a new glitch on me. Oh, I'm glad to be of service. I appreciate everyone sitting with us. I appreciate all the help given, and I appreciate all the Linux chat earlier. I greatly appreciate it, whether, you know, you think I do or not. It's very much appreciated. We like hanging out with guys and girls and chewing the fat and having open discussions about anything and everything within reason. I find it more interesting, you know, and it keeps the time ticking over. Ooh. Can we now shoot that? I'm either too slow or we can't hit it. I think it went. That was weird. Another weird thing happened. Right, I think I'm here and I'm not really sure if I'm in the right place. Hello. Do I have to press 4? Oh, that's awkward. Jesus. Bit Zelda. I.e. Link. And we got whammons with a jug. You see, like this, right? I like it visually. I like the aesthetic. It's quite nice what's happening. But what's the point? Like, what is it telling me at this point? What am I learning from this, you know? This is how I look at cutscenes and storytelling. Like, you think it's cute, right? The devs think it's cute. It is cute. But did I want to see it at this point in the game doing what we do? So all we know now is that if I touch a mushroom, I get a flashback of a girl and Bambi. With no information whatsoever, no context, nothing. Girl gets water, loses it, Bambi brings it back to her. What? Cute, what? Young girls working with nature? I don't know what the point in it is, but it was very nice. Again, to a woman, that probably means more than what I'm picking up on it, because I'm a dumb man. I'm a Neanderthal. I'm a person from the Ark. Whatever you want to call it, I don't get it. Ooh. Right, aye. Shushka. Oh. Okay, that completely missed. Where's lock on? You know what would be cool is if the butterfly had a power. If you could fire like a grenade, cluster bomb, you know, to shit it out on the way past. Oh. Damn. He's only a level 6. Okay, he's a bit of a dope on his own. But man does damage. Level 6. Mr. End Your Life. Okay, we've got to take the baguette back to our body. Bows have no lock on. Throwing knives do. Oh, sweet. It is a cool way to... I like the bird and the regen. I think that's a nice way of doing it. And he keeps his health down. Again, they made this game easier. I don't think on Warframe that happens. I've not played Warframe in a hot minute, but I'm pretty sure when you die or you get kicked out, when you come back, you don't have still the damage of the enemies. I might be wrong, but I don't remember it being that easy. Now you just got loads of room for mistakes. You can get oofed and just come back up. You know, each time doing a little bit more damage. You can beat really powerful enemies in about 3 respawns. So I'm pressing F, all them Fs and it didn't pick up. It's not lag. I don't think it's input lag. I think it's just not registering or the radius of the item. But if I use... oh, I can't use that because I've got full thing. I'm going to try it on that one. I'll try it on the next item. Okay, this don't look good. Getting electrocuted. Whoa. I can now float and build up my shot, which we wasn't allowed to do at the beginning. So now I can do power hits in the air. 40 hours from now in the gameplay, we'll be able to fire from space.
Here, envoy. Here.
See, this is cool. He had a reason to talk. He was letting me in, and he was telling me that, you know, this is where it all starts and begins. Fine. Get all playing with Bambi? Not so convinced.
The fabled glaze of wandering. But where are the voice notes? The shimmering pictrix? Have the
She's got what?
organisms made it
I heard that she's got big D's. What? Okay, I've made half a drink. I need to build that up. I've done too many drinks today. I don't normally drink more than 1 drink. Energy drinks will F me up. Hi. Oh. Ooh. Okay, you beasts. There you go. Attack my big head. Sounds really weird now I've said it. That was some cool shit. I'll tell you what, with the bow and arrow and the archer, I think when it plays out right, when everything just sort of fits, it feels really responsive and really nice to do. You feel a little bit like a skill, you know? Gosh. But other times, when you're aiming down a sight, he gets in the way. So at the minute, he's at the side. But when I want to aim like this and I'm jumping around and the bosses are coming at me, he moves sometimes to the middle of the screen. I can't see where I'm shooting with my crosshair. So like I can see the dot, but I can't see the enemy in front of him. So it's hard to actually get the headshot or any sort of meaningful shot sometimes when you're under pressure, when there's a lot of enemies, because the camera sort of sways around him. So I think that might be a problem, especially in a small room. When you're near a wall when you do it, like if I stand here, you see, like he's completely changed position because I'm near a wall. And sometimes that is in your eye line. And when that happens, it's a little bit suckage. But other than that, I mean, I don't know, you can let me know if you get the same from the warrior or not. Yeah, I mean, the archer class is great most of the time. It's fun to play. I've got the distance, you know. Other archers are pretty useless. Oh, whoop. Okay, I'm going to check my fidelity real quick because I want to see. My arm looked a bit blurry then. Upscaling method. Like if I flick that on, I've only got FSR2, you see? So I don't use it. I use custom, and then I've been using TAA. That's really for sharpening. Seems like it's the best they've got. I've got filtering ×2. And everything else on high or on. Bloom intensity is nice. Yeah, I don't want to check any. I don't want to change anything. If it plays up, it's good. Yeah, like you can really see it there. You see it? Like on the leaves on his arm. Like FSR really shouldn't be on, but I feel like it is. I feel like they're lying. Maybe because sharpening's on. Let's have a look. TAA shouldn't be generating any FSR frames. So if I do SMA, that's way better. That is way better. But it's not as sharp. It has those jagged edges. So you're losing fidelity by having realistic looking leaves and stuff. And to be honest, that's the only time I've noticed it. So maybe if we use SMA with FSR on, is that possible? Oh, is it up here? I'm gonna go with native. They don't have native. That's another bad look. Let's see what happens now. Ooh, that's bad. Oh, that is horrible. Look at the, they're just blurred just on natural standard still. That is gross. Yeah, we need FSR 4.5 up in this beast. Because that's really, really bad. And again, it's put TAA on even though I didn't ask for it. So I think we have a little bit of a weird issue there. But I'd rather roll with that blurry arm than I would have the rest of the game look as bad as SMA does. I just know in editing it's going to probably look twice as bad. So if you're watching on a rerun right now, I greatly apologise. The game only offers FSR 2 and TAA, which doesn't really seem like it's doing its job properly. Oh yeah. See, that shows me that the game might have a sense of humour. The fact that we can produce a big head version of ourselves. I've not said any sense of humour yet, but it does sort of come across that way. Bow has no lock on. Its Horn Knight as called. The Horn Knights are called the officers. Warframe equivalent would be the Eximus enemies. Oh yeah, I get those ones. Use H button. That's for health, yeah. I use SMAA. Just bear with. So my granddad's in hospital. My mum's just asked me whether he had rings on. Now, I don't remember rings on. Bubs, can you remember if granddad had any rings on in the hospital? Because I'm not sure he did. I don't know. He had a lot of tubes in him, so I was looking at that. I don't remember him having it. I don't think he would have done because they bandaged his hands up. Right. If you can just confirm that with me. No, he didn't. Right, okay. Yeah. I'll ring Mum after this and have a word with her. Apparently he's missing rings, which is not good. Oh, not this. Did they make it any easier? We got stuck on this and it was really weird because it made sense in my head with the pictures.
Some way of aligning the symbolic herb? See you any magics that might offer a clue? Huh?
Like these two in the pictures, yeah, look like... Why is that clicking there? Hang on. Do you know what it is? It says hold Q to do the spectral, but even that doesn't work properly.
Where his herd follows. An excerpt from my stirring treatise.
I think this one goes that way.
Of the antlered and behooved.
This one goes that way. Now, what I did there, and I'll tell you my little insight. was to match the way that they're facing with the things in with the statues. And the only one that faces the wrong way is this one. It's facing left, so I move it left. That's not the pattern. I'm going to have to Google it again because it took me a while to figure it out, because it just made sense to me to match them to the images. Even the jagged edges, I'm absolutely stunned at the weld. Well, yeah, that is true. I mean, again, just because I'm going to edit this and I'm going to increase the sharpness and color, and I like to bump certain things of the actual video when it goes out. I know that using something like FXAA or SMA, I'm probably going to get a lot of artifacting jagged lines, and it's going to look so good. Like when I play Stalker, there's a lot of heavy foliage, and when you edit that, it can become very blurry, very messy. So I've come to sort of learn that if you want to edit something, especially at like 60 frames or 120 frames, you need something like at minimum 1080p, and you need TAA. Otherwise, you're just going to get an awful editing experience. It will be quick because you're obviously generating a smaller file, but yeah, it's not a nice time. Okay, so I'm just going to Google this quickly, unless you guys can remember which way to do it. Gotcha, good to know. Well, I mean, yeah, it's just one of them things you pick up. TAA as well, I will say, is it's better to have FSR if FSR is 4. If it's not, or I think it's DLSS, right? So DLSS, whatever the top one is. If you use anything lower than that, I don't think they were there yet. FSR 4 is there, but everything below that really does suck. Like, it's not great. They were pushing technologies and making promises they didn't have. But I think now they're kind of getting it. You know, it's pretty much there. Don't use frame gen. Frame gen sucks. Overall, it's just not good technology. It actually costs your system resources rather than delivering. It's almost like a lie. So it drains your system of a little bit of resource on your graphics card to give you a higher bump by generating frames in between. So basically, if I was to jump, it would generate 1 or 2 of those jump frames rather than actually rendering it. And it looks blurry, it's not good, and you says you get 200 frames, but you're not really. The actual is probably about like 10 below what you had. So if you were getting 60 and you wanted 90, it would say you got 90, but it's actually generating 10 frames lower to generate those because it takes processing power. Sucks. It's a really bad technology. Yeah, no, never going to use it. Good stuff. Right, how are we going to get this done? Because I'm going to have to Google. Bear with. Soulframe. What are they? Deer puzzle. It's probably the only puzzle people actually. And again, I don't even know if they didn't put that puzzle in there just to get people to Google their name. You know, just to get Soulframe in ranking in the Google SEO. Stags, they're called. I just want a screenshot, really. Okay, this, here we go. Got a screenshot. So it's, if I'm standing there, they are left, and then looking at each other. Right, so I don't know if that's true because this puzzle's actually changed from when we first did it. They're actually now up there. They used to be down here in this middle bit. So this one's left. And these two are looking at each other. I think that's what it said. And then this one is this way. Okay, there you go. So for future reference, from here, it's both looking at the door, and then one heading backwards and one looking to the left. Now, to be honest, I had that. The only one that was different was this one. Now, if I look in here, it's because his face is looking this way. That's what tricks you, because the actual body is looking that way. So you sort of get when you look at it, you sort of put him with the body. You don't put him with the head. So he has to go in the direction of the eyes of the stag, which is fair. You know, it's fine. It's not trying to trick you. It just sort of holds me up a couple times, and I know it's coming, and I don't like it. I always forget. Okay, we've got teleportations. And we've got the first boss. Which is great, by the way. Proper Karen, look. Proper busting him up.
There. You're soon to be one of us.
Well, I assume she's busting him up. She might be trying to save him.
Just as you treat. You seek a pact with these wretched beasts. Fine. Let your fates be intertwined.
So is she like the antagonist? She's the bad girl of the whole thing, is she? Until we get past the initial story. Because Lady Diarrhea kind of sucks. Whoop. Oh yeah, she can't even hit me if I'm up in the air. I just got to time it right.
You defy us. Yet no child sleeps cold but for the old.
Cold for the old. Whoop. Okay, wow, she's easy. What's she doing? The Dorkin.
What are you doing?
Did the bird fly through her? That's a big bish. Like 6 foot tall and about 3 foot wide. Right, here we go. I do wonder if these are pre-rendered. Oh, jeez. Oh, stop dunking her. Mini game that's not fun, make you do it 3 times. For fuck's sake. Maybe on a controller it's better. Oh my god, there's more. Make you do it 5 times. Again, that has got to be a woman's decision.
I know this.
So she was the little girl who lost her bucket and the deer gave her the bucket back.
Why?
That's not what turned her horrible. Not the fact she lost her bucket. Jeez. This is the best bit. Let's go. I believe this thing gives a little bit of a challenge. Love the way the sounds just drop out. But at the same time, what I don't love, the way that she waffles while you're trying to play. What? It's the equivalent of power of 1. Talking shiz all day long. Oosh. Oh, straight in your eyeball. lost my leaves. That one works. It's pre-rendered. Yeah, that's proper cool. Very nice visuals. I'm not sure if it is pre-rendered. I can't even tell, and that's a good thing. Ooh. I remember this now. She wanted to kill him, and he loves her, and I save him, and because I'm a man, he dashes me to the floor. Ah, dear. I don't get it. I really don't get it. It's the most nonsensical storyline. So all we know about her is that she lost her bucket.
I am damned.
And she went bad, and now she's forgiven for all her crimes and sins, because why not? You know what I mean? It just makes no fucking sense. There's not enough backstory to her, nor do I want there to be, and she's just a waste of my time now. Like, this whole thing is just so pointless. They better have a bigger part later. And even then, I'm curious whether I actually want them to. It's a high school teacher and a stag.
You. I do not know you.
I don't know you.
You look like the clegs who skinned my lovers, who brined my rivers, who
Oh, great.
swallowed their
So
metal
he's
vials
supposed to be
with
woke, but not woke. You gotta love that. He's blaming me for something someone else did who looked like me. There, I've heard that story before.
Yet you bear the ancient scent of kin. Can it be you are an envoy the Empress spoke of? Yes? Yes. I am Garen Root, stag of the Anduin Glades, omen ward of the Dendrid herds. Envoy, I offer you the grace of my crown.
Ooh, dramas. Dramas. Right, back into it. Vision received from Garen something. Fragment discovered, 1 of 2. Now what do? You have to use the bird. Return to mid-draft. Is that thing where I go to sleep? Yeah, that. I didn't even get any items. Is there nothing there to grab? I beat the boss, you know, it was an epic thing, but they don't give you any loot. No new weapons, no runes, nothing. Well, that's not very nice. They made me listen to all that shiz for no reason and didn't even get a biscuit for my efforts. mean, I got the 1 or 2 that we need, but that's, you know, that's quest line. That's not actual gains. Right, so now these are all ticked. So if we go to Nightfall, we should get that reward. Why does he keep doing shimmy? And then why did it come here? I just want to get out of here. Run. Do you know what? We never had that glitchy arm at all. Now we do. It's like something kicked in and it wasn't supposed to be doing that for some reason. Aspect ratio. I'm trying to hit. Sharpen V. Do you reckon it's that? I don't think it is. I've got it as anti-aliased as possible. Just gonna have to put up with it. It's just gonna be an annoyance. Where do I get my rewards from? This guy? What's up, son?
Enough! All this whispering. I cannot focus on my book. Ha!
Maybe not.
A welcome respite.
Give me things. No. Maybe it's not in here. I thought this is where we needed to go. Okay, so what we got here? So we've got a couple more upgrades. Our wingspan has increased. We've got combat again. Nope. I don't know why I'm not getting any bow upgrades. We do a lot of stuff with the bow. Still no upgrades yet. I don't even think we picked up another bow yet. No, no weapon now. Ooh, I do have another side. That's plus 17. Damn straight. Oh, that's cool. So it's kind of like attached to my arm. Is that like a sidearm? So it's like a crossbow, maybe. Like a crossbow. Is it a crossbow? Yeah, like a crossbow. Well, I messed that up for a minute. Alright, off we go. Ah. Okay, that's cool. I throw shiz. I thought it was a crossbow, but it's more of a amulet. Oh, where'd he go? Baby, come back. Hidden loading screens. Okay, is this now a new area? Yeah, boy. I'm gonna run straight past these and then try and take them out. It's a shame you can't just hold it and it does auto Hadorkins, because it doesn't do enough damage. You can't build it up either, so it feels really weird now. It does home in, which is quite nice. Ooh, he's back. Dodge roll's not working either. Oh, it ranks up. Okay, that makes sense. I like that mechanic. The more you use something, the more it ranks up. Whoop, jump move. Try and get me from behind. Day. It's really weak, but it's really cool to use, and it's making a lot of sense. Yeah, it feels nice to use. I like that. But it does need, like, if it doesn't have a charge, it does need to have a woe attack. You should just be able to hold the left button, because that charges your bow and it feels like your secondary. So if it's your secondary attack, then that should have one too. But at the minute, it doesn't have one. So maybe later we get one. But if it doesn't, it just needs auto attack. You know, just hold it down and let it spam. And then when you want to jump or move, you just let go, do your movements, and then spam it back. Being able to throw one kind of sucks. Imagine if you had a really clicky mouse. That would really get on your nerves. Keep pressing it. That was cool though. Nice new addition. Okay, so we've got nothing but fog covered map. So we're going to have to use the bird to figure out where the next port of call is. And he just fucked off. He's gone all the way over there. Myself a piece of paper. Now what? Oh, at level 2, it's already doing decent amount of damage. Its range is a bit crossed. Yeah. Do you know what I like? The stage detail, the level of the dirt, the stones, the, you know, everything about the trees and that is high fidelity. And like you said earlier, we are using the Warframe engine, which was a great decision. I just don't know why all of a sudden we've got like these FSRs and stuff in it, because the original Warframe engine wouldn't have had that. They've implemented that. So I'm wondering if they've put Unreal 5 over the top. Do you know what I mean? Like, you got this base, maybe you've used Unreal 5 in it, because that's the shitty technology we see with new games that come out, where everything looks muddy, dull. And that's why I assumed it was Unreal 5, because they're using those shabby technologies like DLSS and FSR. They're not good. Like, people like want to ship them and sell them and do this. It doesn't actually make, if you can't build the game to run in TAA, then you should be building games. It's as simple as that. The amount of custom engines you had back in the day, like for instance the CryEngine. The CryEngine was developed from scratch. Rockstar's GTA engine, just developed from scratch. They don't use Unreal 5 because Unreal 5, although it's really good at lighting and water and all these simulated stuff, they don't help you with the back end. And this is where companies just say, yeah, we're going to invest in Unreal 5, build a game in that, but they ain't got the foggiest idea what they're doing. And then you end up with an unoptimized piece of shit, runs at like 20 frames per second without all the technologies turned on. And they're technologies you don't want to use because they take away your gaming frames. Whether you believe it or not, DLSS actually is almost like a frame gen itself. Without DLSS, a lot of games will run at 30 frames maximum. And to get them to 60 or 90, you need a very overpowered PC and you need DLSS. This is conning the consumer. It's conning the game player or the gamer so that you don't get what you pay for. You know, you're footing the bill for their lack of knowledge, their lack of technicality in engine building. You're footing the bill, because without that, you can't run the game. I think Crimson Desert did a good one. I think they used Unreal 5, but they actually learnt the engine to a point where they could customize it and make it run a little bit better and smoother. I think the lighting in that game is supposed to be like top tier. Hup, hup, hup. There you go. Dawkins. Ooh, he's dropped a red. What is that? Oh, that's one of them things. Did I get it or not? See, my lasso's now... What in the world? My lasso's now my secondary. This game's all over the place. Look how cool that is. Whoa. I love the fact I'm turning into a mage. Damn. Slap, get back. Level 4, stagger. We now have stagger. So you can stagger them and then throw the big ball at them. That's some cool shit. I'm playing this game way too long. I should have been finished by now. I'm actually enjoying myself. Get some, get some, get some. It's a big bish again. Is every boss in this game going to be a big woman? Oh. Yeah, I really just want to hold this button down so hard. Oosh. What? Did I overdo it? The hell was that? Sure, I was here. Okay, the birds got confused even in the respawn because I definitely wasn't in here. What? Click, click, click. That's it. Click, click, clack. Get back, Jack. Right, I'm going to compare it to the bow because the bow is leveled up. To be honest, I didn't use my specials. That would have probably helped. Yeah, the bow shreds. And we haven't upgraded this bow since we started and one was dropped. So the bow definitely shreds. Space. Why is it not dying? Okay, this thing's a beast. Ooh, I'm stuck between a rock and a hard place. So good when that pays off. I think you have to take down all the enemies before she becomes attackable. Maybe? No, she's still yellow. Someone else around here somewhere. Oh, no vault. She has a vault, but I don't. Okay, that hurts her. Still getting hit by those. What the hell? Oh my days. Dude won't die. She is not affected by decoy. Chase me, chase me. She gets her health back, that's what it is. Damn. With one hit left. That's some Warframe shit there, huh? One hit left, you beat the boss, and then some dude just comes in flat for no reason. Where the hell did them dudes come from? They went there the whole time. That was like a boss battle. That was a tough battle now. I'm assuming it's just above my pay grade. Is it making me spawn again in here? It's got to be the other side of this. Respawns anyway. Hey. Alright, I'm gonna have to switch.
Not so. You're no thrally. Can see that much in your eyes. But a memory or two does not.
I swear she's got exactly the same face as that woman we just fought with the stag. That's exactly the same face.
And I've a job to
And if
do.
it's not, it's because they're so
Important
generically the
tells me
same.
Benedict there has something we want for the cause.
She sounds Irish or Scottish or something, so why don't you give her like an Irish or Scottish look?
Mark your map.
You marked me map, how'd you do that? Took it out of my pocket.
Well. No plunder, no entry. Steal what needs stealing from the sinner's lockbox or be gone. I
So
even
she
marked your
wants
map.
us to commit theft to be able to get through the door. The women in this game are awful. There's one beating up a stag, and then the stag for some reason still forgives her. And there's now women wanting me to steal loot. Yay for women's rights. Is that a fantasy world where all women are cunts? What's going on? It would have been better to word it as there's something I want or need. Maybe you could get it by any means necessary.
5 comments each. Next kill takes the lot.
Ooh, headbutt. This is quite good for evasion. I like it. Splat. Oh! I hit that mofo for a bush. Okay, we've got a new bow now. Again, I can't really do it in the inventory, so I'm going to wait until we get back.
Friend of wood, collectors here any day.
There's no door. Is it that? What in the world of mini doors? Hey, bust up the house, take all their stuff. It was not me, it was because the whammons told me to. Okay. So let's go down here. I'm not convinced. All right, I think we're going to have to leave it there soon. It's fun in here, look. F. Nice. It's going back in. Okay, I think what it wants is in here. Well, I've already got it. Have we got another broken quest? Okay, we have another broken quest. When I'm in here, unless it's this. It's an unbreakable box from what I can see. Let me just double check. Yep, unbreakable box. Okay, that's really weird. Oh, what in the world? Are they supposed to be spirit animals, or are they just not spawning? It does look like a spirit animal in the picture. Yeah, they're not. They are supposed to be like that. So what now? The bird's broken. The waypoint's broken. Try and remember my way back. I'm just happy leveling up this. Level 5. Run. Shit, son. I think that's me done. I don't have the care in the world to go back to that. And it might reset when we log out. Do I want to log off or do I want to just go back to where we was? Okay, so if I do this and then we go back to the portal and then I can do my upgrades and then talk about it from there, we can wrap it up. Oh, I've lost interest now. It's been four, maybe 5 hours, so I think we've done enough. Alright, cool. They're going to attack me, so I'm going to be able to out of here. Jump move. Hold this. Gosh, that's ridiculous. You can get out of combat with that. Upgrades available. They've nearly upgraded the entire first set of stuff, so it doesn't take long at all. But no bow upgrades still. Okay, let's go here. Oh, right. I think I'm going to leave it there, guys. Thank you for joining me live. And if you're watching on a rerun, I greatly appreciate your time. Time is valuable. Thank you for spending it with us. Today, we double checked that the Soulframe would work on Linux and the deck. Confirmed. It doesn't come without its alpha glitches and bugs still. It does have some unfinishable, to a degree, quest lines. I wasn't really happy with that. I think the game's been out for long enough now for them to have patched that shiz. It's 6 months in now from the time they gave me the game to coming back and revisiting it. And I think at this point I was expecting a little bit more of a solid base. They did concentrate way too much on pointless story aspects, crappy character designs, when they could have been concentrating on a little bit of the mechanics of it, making it a bit more solid and a bit more finished and polished. But they do have a 2027 release date, so we don't have to worry anytime soon. I will be jumping back into the game in a month or so and checking it out around Christmas as well. We've got plenty more Souls, what's it called? We've got plenty more Soulframe coming, and overall I think I've enjoyed the game today way more than I did. I love the fact that we now have Hadokens and special abilities from the mage side of things, and I did get a hint in the chat there that there is going to be some sort of necromancer style class where you can maybe possibly raise things from the dead, or at least spawn allies to fight enemies, which will be really cool. So I'm looking forward to getting into a little bit more of this as time goes on, and overall it's still a nice place to be. The environment's pretty, the game is solid, mechanically sound, and when I say mechanically sound, I mean the way that the game plays, not the way the quest lines work. Overall, I think the bird is very buggy. Sorry, I've got a frog in my throat. The bird is very buggy. The navigation system needs a lot of work. And overall, I just opt to not use it where possible, because you don't have to listen to the click every time. Now, having that option is really good. I didn't know that option was an option, but it is, so that's awesome. And I think the overall game, although it hasn't changed much in its story pacing, they do plan a big update very soon. I'm going to be watching the TennoCon, and I suggest you do too, to see those updates announced. And we'll talk about them in my next video. So the next one that comes out, we'll be talking about TennoCon, the upcoming updates, and I will talk to the devs as well and try and get some feedback from them via their Discord. A lot of players are looking forward to this one, which is good. A lot of players have access to it already. You can get access to it by buying the Foundation Pack if you really want to, and you can play this game early. Now, alpha means really, really early build. So I don't think this is an alpha. They're calling it an alpha to sort of cover their backside, but I don't think it is. It feels a little bit more like a sort of beta test, and I think it's more of a play test, if anything, because you can go through it. You can get through it and you can have a good time, but there is a lot to sort of let go. You have to sort of, you know, okay, that don't work, or that's weird, or that's happening. To be honest, this is making more footage for me, so I don't mind personally, but maybe you do. So you can take from that what you will. We won't be scoring the game until its final release. We won't even be like going forwards and against. All I really wanted to do today was tell you that you get 120 frames on Linux, that it does work on the deck, it does have controller support, and apart from a few login issues, and whether you're in windowed mode or full screen makes a difference to the visuals, because some things get chopped off the top of the screen, it doesn't really matter. Like the actual gameplay, the actual experience I had next to, you know, interacting with you guys live and talking to you guys in the comments on the rerun, the actual experience I had was positive. I enjoy the gameplay. I like the combat. I enjoy exploring. I like the roaming. I just wish there was more things to do in between quests, more side quests, more things to interact with, more things to do. But I can see why there's not, because you haven't got your base sorted. You've got to sort your base, then we'll worry about that. So hopefully within 6 months before the next, in about 6 months when they announce the release date, we should at least be looking at a fixed base game and without these niggles and bugs, and therefore nothing to moan about. That's being said, I still think they should be further along than they are. So it's a little bit of a shame to see that we haven't seen a little bit more of a tidy up, a little bit more of a tightness to the game. You know, fixing bugs is important, but really honing in and getting the game solid. If you want to tell the story you're telling, you do need at least your game to be solid. Otherwise, people have that plus that combined to put them off playing. And I do think the first 20 minutes of your game is vital to get players wrapped in and ready to play. And I do feel it's a slow start. It's a very slow start to this game. And I feel like they could bring that pace up a bit, you know, maybe give you quicker XP at the beginning and then slow it down at level 10. Who knows? Leave that to them. But on my deep dive today, I found that the game is accessible to new players. It caters for a very specific market, but it's also been suggested that they're going to be catering and looking into catering for the wider market, i.e. better mouse skins, more options in the customization, and a little bit more of a gruff look to your characters. I'd like to have an eye scar, maybe a beard, you know, something a little bit more rough and rugged, rather than, you know, Zelda. Was it a Link wannabe over here? I don't really like him, but I like what he does. I like his play style. I think the Archer's great. I haven't played with the other classes yet, but I'm waiting for a release to test out one of those. And I want to thank you guys for joining me. It's been a positive experience today, and I just want you to take that away, if nothing else, is that the game has positive and redeeming qualities. It's not complete madness. And the playtests we did before were really shocking first impressions to most. But for me, it just really angered me in the way that we were going with it, because I'd just come off of Warframe and I really felt that Warframe was doing the right job and that Soulframe had let us down. Now I kind of feel like, well, if I take it from the other perspective and see where they're coming from, then I can be a little bit more lenient on those things and realize it's not for me. You know, it's not written for me. It's not built for me, but it is at least trying to include us later on down the road. So that would be a good thing, right? So thumbs up from me so far. Devs are listening, devs are fixing things. And although the progress is seemingly really slow, it seems like we're getting there in little baby steps. So I want to thank everybody for joining me today. Peace out. Wish the devs best of luck on the release, and I will see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Here we go, guys and girls. Thank you for joining me. That long outro now. I'm knackered. I need food. I'm going to go. But I do appreciate you all. We are back tomorrow. We're doing some Power World tomorrow. Never played Power World, so that's an eye-opener as well. Come by and come and see that one and enjoy that one with us. Until next time, peace out. Bye-bye.